Alrighty, so I think everyone's going to agree. On Friday, as we ended the show, I said it was a high probability that you would see strikes Friday night. And we did. Except, I kind of meant like daytime strikes in Iran. I am having a really hard time understanding what the hell the point of all of this is. We have killed an awful lot of important people in Iran. We killed the Ayatollah. So the supreme leader of Iran is dead, which is no small, thing for Iran's government. The chief of staff of the Iranian armed forces is dead. The minister of defense and armed forces logistics, the head of the military office of the supreme leader, because remember, the Iranian military is divided into two, because the original Ayatollah didn't trust the military, so they have a military inside of a military. The chairman of the Organization of Defensive Innovation and Research, the former chairman of the Organization of Defensive Innovation and Research, the commander of the Aerospace Forces, the commander of Police Intelligence, and a senior intelligence ministry official. But what really bothers me about this is you said the structure that used to be his house compound is completely flattened, and we killed his granddaughter. We also killed 100 his son and his granddaughter. Israel killed approximately 148 Iranian schoolgirls because they struck a primary school. Here's where we're gonna run into some friction between Americans. It's confirmed. Israel has acknowledged that it was their strike. To the best of my knowledge, Israel has confirmed that they are like, yeah, my bad. We have a really big problem though for a lot of Americans, and it's going to be a rough show today because I'm sure I'm going to run into an awful lot of people that think that because they watch 2 TikTok videos that they understand the American government. First and foremost, the President of the United States does not have unilateral war declaration authority. Congress has the sole authority to declare war. The War Powers Resolution is... The War Powers Act allows the president to act when an emergent threat appears and the timeliness of we have to strike a strategic target because we're literally watching in real time nuclear weapons being smuggled out of Russia, nuclear weapons being smuggled out of China. The president doesn't have time to convene Congress, get a declaration of war before the nukes are gone. Then the president, under the War Powers Act, can call for a strike. If he can't consult with Congress, we've talked about the War Powers Act on my show before, it needs some changes. In my opinion, it needs some changes. If he can't convene all of Congress, convene the Gang of Eight, bring them to the Situation Room and sequester them until the end of the strike, and then be like, yeah, I'm pissed off that you sequestered me, but you did your job. You told the majority and the minority leaders in the chairs of the Intelligence Oversight Committee, this is what's going on. This is real-time intelligence. We have to hit this target. But Donald Trump spent weeks building up two naval strike groups, moving aircraft into the region, moving Patriot missile batteries into the region. That doesn't look like a War Powers Resolution execution. It looks an awful lot like your 60-day clock. No, they didn't. That's the problem. No, they didn't. Because they didn't. Listen to what I'm saying. If they went to them at the beginning of last week, but they didn't strike until Friday. I know what you're saying, but they went to them at the beginning of last week. They struck on Friday, and now Pentagon officials have come out and said there was no threat. The threat planning was if Iran struck Israel first, which they did not. That's the problem. What they fed to Congress at the beginning of last week and what's coming out over the weekend is that, once again, Donald Trump misrepresented the threat. What was the threat? What was the imminent danger threat? And there wasn't one. Yeah, France is going to increase their nuclear arsenal. Why? What do nuclear weapons? On Friday, I talked about nuclear weapons are a completely stupid deterrent, that I wish the United States would reduce the total number of nuclear weapons we have by at least 40%, because that would reduce a huge part of our sustainment budget that could be reapplied. I'm a big fan of a big military, because a big military gives a lot of impoverished people the opportunity for a chance at life. Lots of people I know went into the military at 18. Most of them are now retired with a full pension. Some of them are still in, right? But we keep shrinking down the manpower in the military because we have too many nukes. We buy too much high-tech technology. Look, one of the stories I'm going to cover today is Kuwait shot down 3 American jets. What was the point of building all these integrated defense networks with all of our allies? Kuwait shot down more American airplanes than Iran did. And this is what happens, Mr. President, when you try to execute a full-scale war using the War Powers Act. The problem here is that even if we want to quibble over whether or not the War Powers Act allowed Donald Trump to do what he did, the UN Charter absolutely forbids what Donald Trump did. Under the UN Charter, Chapter 7, in order to have a use of force against another member nation, only the Security Council can authorize use of force against another member nation. And as we know, there is no way you're attacking Iran with a Security Council vote, because Russia will veto, China will veto. The attack on Iran is Trump's best decision. Iran makes a lot of problems in the Middle East. The attack on Iran was Trump's worst decision. Because like everything else Donald Trump has done, he doesn't understand the problem thoroughly, so he can't apply a good solution, because he spent 1 minute thinking about the problem, And he spent the rest of the 59 minutes building up a strike package. Yet here's the problem. And no offense to you, but it's really easy for you to sit on a keyboard in a Twitch chat and say that attack on Iran was Trump's best decision, because you don't have to go to the house of the 3 American service members and deliver a folded flag to those families. If you think the attack on Iran was Trump's best decision, go sign up for the military and ask to be put on the front line. Ask to be put in the most dangerous environment. Because this was a half-ass, half-baked response to a country that we grossly underestimated. This, Iran, people, Donald Trump, his advisors, Iran isn't a threat. We'll be able to neutralize their capabilities. And yet Iran was able to simultaneously strike 6 countries. Iran blew up $1 billion radar system. But we said their ballistic capabilities are a joke. Iran hit targets in Israel, Jordan, Dubai, UAE, Cyprus, Kuwait. Iran is creating a nuclear weapon. The world community should stop it. You're right. The world community should stop it. You are right on that. The world community should stop it. And if the United States, France, Great Britain, Germany, Italy, Spain, Portugal, right? They all go in. Money or not matter when talk is about nuclear weapons and our future. What are you talking about? I'm going to stop you right here. Iran develops a nuclear weapon. Who fucking cares? Big picture. Who fucking cares? They don't have a ballistic missile system that can even get it to the United States yet. They don't have a functional ballistic missile system that can get it to Europe. And even if they do, we have enough intercept capability that Iran striking Israel would be the bigger threat than Iran striking the Western Hemisphere. Russia can exchange weapons with Iran. No, they can't. See, this is where, no offense, but no, they can't. Russia could have given Iran a nuke any time in the last 20 years. Why does Russia not do that? Because then Russia knows that's a violation of the treaty, and now the US can militarily act against Russia. Russia has no interest in Iran having a nuclear weapon. That's why Russia gives them nuclear power, but not nuclear weapons. Because Russia doesn't want a global war, because Russia knows they lose. Russia and Iran are allies. No kidding. Russians fight against Ukraine democracy. Okay, dude, you're all over the fucking map. Can you pick a geopolitical theater for a moment? We all know Russia's fighting against Ukraine. That has nothing to do with the discussion point. Russia has had every opportunity to give Iran nuclear weapons in my whole life, since 1979. Russia could have given Iran nuclear weapons. But Russia can't, because they signed a treaty that said, the nuclear non-proliferation treaty, if you have nukes, you can't give them to anybody. If you don't have nukes, you can't develop them. When you said that, that was the first baseline smart thing you'd said. Iran agreed not to develop nuclear weapons. If Iran is developing nuclear weapons, then the UN should deal with it. If the UN can't deal with it, then the UN is broken and should be dissolved. And let's admit, the UN is broken and should be dissolved. But until it's dissolved, the United States cannot continue to operate and say, we're a member of the Security Council, but we're not going to follow any of the UN Charter. The United States, Donald Trump, Pete Hegseth as the Secretary of War, J.D. Vance as the Vice President, and the things he said, the United States has committed war crime after war crime after war crime after war crime. The only reason why nothing will ever happen is we haven't agreed to be under the jurisdiction of the International Court for war crimes. That doesn't mean just because we didn't sign the piece of paper that what we're doing isn't morally reprehensible. What was the purpose? What was the point? Why did we do what we did over the weekend? And the answer is because Donald Trump is mad that he's losing on all lanes. Iran, it was years from developing a nuclear weapon. The last treaty between the US and Russia that limited the number of deployable nuclear weapons expired. You're right, it did, but here's the problem. And this is a piece of math I want people to keep in mind. Because this is the shit that I'm not a popular creator because I deal in facts. And people don't like facts. Ready? Here's the fact. Russia, at its maximum capability, can fire about 2,800 nuclear weapons at the United States. And through all of our different avenues of intercept capability, we can intercept at multiple stages. We have about 8,000 opportunities to intercept. That's almost 3 times Russia's capacity to fire off nuclear weapons. Because we understood the Russian doctrine. Russia's doctrine was, we're just going to build nukes and build nukes and build nukes, because then when you can put a nuke in Chicago, in Milwaukee, in Gary, Indiana, in Indianapolis, Indiana, in Springfield, Illinois, you can literally just dot all of the United States with nuclear weapons. That was their doctrine. Every American major metropolis gets a nuke. Every American capital gets a nuke. Every major strategic military installation gets 1 or more nukes. That was their doctrine. So our doctrine for defense was, well, we need to be able to knock down 3 times as many. But the problem is, out of Russia's 2,300 or 2,800 nuclear weapons, they have about 900 functional weapons right now. Not to mention, most people's knowledge about nuclear weapons comes from movies. I don't think that 8,000 nuclear charges are enough for nuclear war. Russia and Ukraine. Dude, what the fuck are you talking about? 8,000 nuclear charges, you're dumb. Shut up, because you're not even paying attention. That is literally ICBM intercept capability. That is it. You don't intercept a nuclear weapon with a 105 millimeter artillery shell. You are so out of your depth with even understanding the conversation you're in. Just sit the fuck down and shut the fuck up, and maybe you'll learn something. You're talking about, I don't think 8,000 nuclear charges are enough. 8,000 nuclear weapons is literally enough to crack the crust of the planet. What do you mean 8,000 nuclear charges aren't enough? Fuck's sake. A nuclear warhead takes out, in the blast zone, 40 to 60 miles. Like, this is, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. You have a nuclear weapon detonation, and you have what's known as the thermal ring. From impact, depending on the size, 40 to 6, well, it's 20 to 30 in each direction, right? That's fucking gone. That's the thermal blast wave. If Scott Air Force Base gets hit by a nuclear weapon, I will feel zero pain, because between the time the light, my brain registers the light, and the time the sound gets to me, I've reached, temperatures of the surface of the sun. And then nuclear weapons are so damn damaging because there's 5 concentric rings off of the impact point of a nuclear weapon where this is 90% lethality, 80, 70, 60, and 50. And then after that, the fallout, why y'all motherfuckers played Fallout, after that, the survivability in this spot right here is good. You'll live there. But you can't walk towards the impact point for thousands of years. Everything is irradiated. You can, but you're going to get sick. It's going to take decades for you even to be able to walk. And that's one nuclear weapon. So what the shit are you talking about that 8,000 nuclear weapons? First of all, nobody even said 8,000 nuclear charges. That was 8,000 interceptors. 2,800 nuclear weapons is enough to literally, just Russia alone can crack the surface of the planet. The United States can do the same thing. So what are you talking about? You're the reason why I say to people, find a library, get a library card, go in, talk to the person with the master's degree in library sciences, tell her what you'd like to get, or him, tell him what you'd like to get knowledgeable about, and literally there is a wealth of books that you can start reading. You can go all the way back to the earliest nuclear doctrine, which is in books and published. The problem is France is increasing the number of nuclear weapons it has. Why? Is Iran scared of the United States' nuclear arsenal? No. The United States and Israel attacked Iran, and Iran said, cool, good show, chaps. Here's over 1,000 missiles, rockets, and drones. We hit your strategic headquarters. We hit your radar dome. Yeah, you killed our Ayatollah. We took out $1 billion radar system. Israel's like, oh, our bad, our best. Yeah, we killed the Ayatollah, but we also killed 150 plus schoolgirls. U.S. attacked military targets, Israel attacked leadership targets, and Iran is attacking. Iran has a great strategy. Iran is hitting everybody who allowed the U.S. to base there. It's a great strategy. It really is. Make everybody else, because what's Iran going to do? It's day 3. You're talking about the early game, right? Still got mid game and end game. I don't think Iran will last, but it doesn't matter. Here's the problem. As the title of the show says, actually, the title of this show is wrong. Why did you not update? How will this affect us? The problem is, how will this affect us? This doesn't bring peace to the region. That's the problem. What you did, right? Remember, these terrorist organizations, they get their funding from Iran. But they've been getting their funding from Iran for so long, so Iran can't send them weapons for a while. Iran sponsors like 13 different terrorist groups. Creates a power vacuum and higher gas prices. It doesn't create a power vacuum. That's the thing that Donald Trump, because he spent 1 minute thinking about the problem, unless you can remove all of the regime's power, they already have a temporary supreme leader. It's not like you struck the head of the snake and the snake is just withering around on the ground, unable to strike back. Yeah, you killed the Ayatollah. That man has known that his time is numbered since the last Ayatollah. Their paperwork has a clean transition of power. Did Iran fail to be able to launch back 1,000 ballistics? No. Yeah, you killed the Ayatollah. Continuity of command. Counterstrike. Boom. Donald Trump committed the U.S. military to an action and has now gotten at least three military members killed, at least $300 million worth of aircraft are damaged, $1 billion radar system lost. But yeah, it's Kuwaiti friendly fire, but it still doesn't change the fact those jets are most likely, those are now going to be cabled. They'll be recovered and cabled for parts. Do you think people are going to be happy this morning? I think people are going to start recognizing, I think whether what Trump did was illegal or not, this will be a waste if there's not a new government Iran when it's over. And that's the problem. You cannot execute regime change without one major thing. That's occupation. It's not a waste if Iran is prevented from a nuclear weapon. Dude, stop with the fucking nuclear weapon comments. Stop with them. Ready? Here, stop with the fucking nuclear weapon comments. A theocracy with a nuke is a bad idea. Israel has nukes. And you can't tell the difference where the religion ends and the government begins in Israel. Just saying. It's not a theocracy. You're right. First of all, don't call me dumbass, because you're the one that's saying we'll stop Iran from having a nuclear weapon. And Israel has been claiming Iran is 6 months from a nuclear weapon for basically my whole life. Second of all, my point was, in Israel, you can't see where the government ends and the religion begins, and where the religion ends and the government begins. You really can't. If you want to make the argument that you can, we can go down that route. But I wouldn't really say that. I'd rather no one have nukes, but we can't help that now. Well, no shit. But the problem is, we can help Iran, though. No, we can't. This is the point. Do you believe that we will get every single member of the regime? No. Oh, we won't get every single, every single member of the regime has to be caught, or they'll have a nuclear weapons development program in secret. The problem is Iran gets a nuke. Okay? India has nukes. Pakistan has nukes. Pakistan is at war with Afghanistan. Did they use nukes? No. Because the moment Pakistan nukes Afghanistan, India nukes. As soon as Pakistan nukes Afghanistan, India nukes Pakistan, and China nukes India. Nuclear weapons are a dumb fucking idea. Because anybody that uses them causes the next guy in the chain to use them. North Korea might have nuclear weapons. The problem is, we keep saying, oh, we've got to do something about North Korea because North Korea might have nuclear weapons. North Korea doesn't have a delivery system to threaten the United States. And a nuke fired from North Korea into South Korea would have 60 to 180 seconds flight time. Because what you're going to have people say is, oh no, it has to be an ICBM. An ICBM doesn't have to be nuclear. And if you're just firing a missile 100 miles to the south, you don't go suborbital. We have conventional missile nuclear weapons. We have non-ICBMs. Shit, we can drop nukes off of a B-2 bomber. We can drop nukes off of a B-52. The problem is everybody starts screaming and hooting and hollering about Iran can't have nukes. Iran can't have nukes. Okay? Look at the amount of damage Iran has done without nukes. Yeah, they did a good job taking out $1 billion radar system. We can launch nukes from any... every Air Force airframe has the capacity to carry a nuclear tipped weapon. Most of the naval planes can as well, but they don't because logistics reasons, not doctrine reasons. That's why we have nuclear attack submarines that have nuclear tipped weapons. The Navy is the Navy is covered. We broke nuclear chain of command. Well, not chain of command, but we broke nuclear delivery into 3 separate silos. We put them in global strike through missiles, global strike through aircraft, and global strike through submarines. This is the problem. You cannot have a regime change in Iran without some level of occupation. Period. We were so certain that everybody in Iran was going to kick off a revolution, and then you killed their Ayatollah, and people were out mourning his death. Where was the strategy? Where was the end game? Nothing is certain. What do you mean nothing is certain? That's a boy's answer. That's a child's answer. Nothing is certain. I can tell you what's certain. No one was certain about that, then why'd you do it? It's early, but it's not a game, man. Stop with the game shit. I find it offensive. Because we had to. No, we didn't. We didn't have to do anything on Friday. We didn't have to act on Friday. We were in the middle of talks with Iran. The talks hadn't gone sour. Iran hadn't gotten up and stormed out. What do you mean we had to? Yeah, talks started with Obama, pal. If you want to be a condescending fuck, I can just ban you. If you want to have an intellectual conversation, we can do that. The talks started with Obama. Let's talk about things until they get a nuke, and let him get a nuke. Do they have a delivery system? Thank fuck you're not a leader. Why? Because I believe that war should only come at the end of diplomacy? Is it because people like, we'll get to the fact that I am in fact a leader, but we'll get there. The problem is Obama was able to contain Iran with a suit and a pen. Did you know all the people that are running their mouths about, we just struck their light water reactor enrichment? If you understand how weapons grade plutonium and uranium is enriched, you can't reach the levels of weapon grade out of light water reactors, and that's what Iran was developing for nuclear power. So again, enlighten me. They were developing light water reactors. Even if you take light water reacted enriched uranium and plutonium, the nuclear yield is tiny. So, because that's not weapons grade. So we bombed them. They still came back to the table. We were negotiating, but we weren't negotiating in a time frame that Donald Trump liked. So now we started a war that has wiped billions off the board. If we're going to talk about the game side of it, we wiped billions off the board in economics this morning. Billions of dollars. Billions. This right here, this is what's going to hurt the American people. This is what's going to hurt the European people. That right there. Crude oil futures are up 6%, 5.76%. That results in a direct pain at the pump. Well, for what? Well, for what exactly? Iran is going to make us billions in a couple of years. How? No, Russia or China would not. People need to stop with the Russia or China would give Iran a nuke. People need to stop with this shit. China and Russia will not give out nuclear weapons because number one, they don't want people to have them. Number two, if they do that, they've violated a treaty that allows us then to take action. Once they have a government that is friendly towards us, the imports and exports from their economy. Let me ask you a question. What exports from their economy other than oil? No, it won't effectively be a net positive. I'm going to just redirect you to China last year after how China got treated by the United States. They have millions of consumers. Jesus, dude. Wow. Are you incapable of having a conversation without being a condescending fuck? I'm literally at my wit's end with you because, I could just be pointing out all the stupid ass shit you say. Oil is $1 billion by itself. Except, ready? We can't refine any more oil. Oh, you don't need to be here. Haha, you got banned. People like that are literally why this world is dumb. People keep talking about the oil. Iran is already exporting oil. The global oil market is a global logistics nightmare. Donald Trump, we're going to drill, baby, drill. If you remember 18 months ago when Donald Trump was campaigning for president, he said, we're going to drill. I said, where are we going to get the refinement capability? Where are we going to get the storage capability? Where are we going to get the transport capability? Where are we going to get the distribution capacity? And what was most people's answers? I blindly trust the president. We don't refine what we produce. Yes, we do. What are you talking about? Not only do we refine what we produce, we import crude oil and we refine it. Not a lot of it. Let me tell you how fucking wrong you are. Let me tell you how far into the realm of wrong you are. We import crude oil. Our refineries are mad for thick crude. Yep, then why are we importing oil? We do export more oil than we import. That is true. Because most people don't understand there's really 6 blends of crude oil. What America has is we like to import like Venezuelan oil, Canadian oil to cut it. Because if you refine it pure, you're not getting anything out of it. We import crude oil. We have deals with countries. We refine it and then we export it back out to them. We don't have the refinement capability for Iran to suddenly double its output. Who's going to refine all that? Oh, but Jay, you don't know what you're talking about. Oh, really? Well, that's interesting. Then why, when COVID started and the global consumption of fuel went down, why were there oil pumping companies that had to pay refineries to take the oil? Remember that wonderful day where drilling companies were paying $50 a barrel for the refining companies to open up storage and take it because they needed to throttle down their production? Oh, yeah, it's like an awful lot of people never worked in petroleum. You understand that your local gas station has maybe a 30 or 50,000 gallon tank. They might have 2 if they're a big one. They might have 4 if they're a Buc-ee's. They have to receive it by the truckload. Where are we going to get the extra trucks? Even if we somehow magicked our ass into more refinement capability, how do we get it to the consumer? Build more gas stations. Okay. Who's going to fund that? You understand that most of America is plotted out and they're like, okay, we have enough gas stations here. Wasn't there a point during Obama where we took down a couple of refineries for their semi-annual overhauls? I know that during Obama's administration, there was an out-of-cycle issue at one of the refineries where some tanks needed out-of-cycle servicing. I do know that there was one pipeline that had to be shut down for weeks because there was a previous undiscovered leak and it was leaking into groundwater. I believe off the top of my head that was an export line of finished product, which caused the problem because where they can move a million gallons of fuel through a pipeline, they were now putting it out via truck. But that shit happens. But see, that's the problem. Everyone's like, Iran is going to sell us oil. Even if they're a friendly nation, is Iran going to fuck their own economy up? Iran's not going to fuck their own economy up. In fact, Iran's going to need more money. So the U.S. attacks Iran and Iran attacks everyone. I'm so confused. Iran didn't attack everyone. Iran attacked U.S. positions in all of those countries. Now, what probably shocked Iran was Saudi Arabia saying, we now support the United States because you attacked us. You struck our sovereign soil. I know Great Britain at first said, we're not going to allow you to do offensive operations off of our airfields. But you didn't see that Saudi Arabia is now going to be on the side of the US versus Iran. They did hit Israel, but Israel also blew up a school full of school children and Israel attacked Iran en masse. I was dealing with sick kiddos not paying attention. Yeah. We supported your defensive only from that base, but now we join France and Germany in supporting your offense. Right. See, the problem is Iran miscalculated. Iran attacked a French base. And so the French are sending the Charles de Gaulle carrier and its strike group to the Middle East now. It'll be there in 12 days. What was interesting is Donald Trump, through back channels, offered a ceasefire. And Iran was like, no. I know we sank at least one Iranian ship yesterday. Donald Trump, Iran said no. We are now up to 4 service members killed. 4 confirmed kills. Why would Iran say no? Because Iran is pissed off. Iran got bombed again. And Iran, like, what the United States did is prove to people negotiating with the United States is a waste of time, because if negotiations stall, they're just going to attack you. The fucking moron that was here before that's talking about what if Iran has a nuke? China has nukes, Pakistan has nukes, Israel has nukes, Germany, France, Great Britain, they have nukes. The people were literally getting slaughtered in a protest begging for Trump to help them. Hey, I got bad news for you, man. People in America are getting slaughtered. In America. By American agencies. Just because people are getting slaughtered doesn't make it an American problem. Especially since we can't even have our immigration enforcement agents go into an American city and not kill 2 Americans. Yeah. So, the only people that can help them is us. No, the only people that can help them is them. That's the problem. You haven't been reading your fucking American history. Every fucking time we try to go somewhere and bring Western democracy to them, they don't want it. 2 kills versus 1,000 is a big difference. Yes, 2 Americans killed by Americans is way worse than 1,000 Iranians killed by Iran. To put it in context, the United States doesn't operate morally, so we shouldn't be trying to take a moral high road. They tried, and look how many body bags there are. They can't help themselves. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? If they really wanted a revolution, they could have a revolution. I do follow the protests in Iran. I followed the protests in Afghanistan. I followed the protests in Iraq. Look at the history. We try to go places and we're caught up on the problem of when we go there, we expect them to follow Western democracy, which is ironic because America isn't even a democracy. When they get spicy, they get gunned down. Yes, that's what needs to happen, because that's the spark that lights the fire of revolution. The problem is, some of them die and then they look to the United States and they say, help us. They're looking to a guy, they're looking for a guy to come in who hasn't been there most of his life to come in and be their leader. Well, where the fuck has he been? Look at Afghanistan. $1 trillion in 20 years, and thousands and tens of thousands of American and allied lives to be there for 20 years and just give it right back to the Taliban? What was the point? Look at sections of Iraq. You're going into a country, and I used to say this the whole fucking time we were in Iraq. You are making deals in Iraq that Iraq is agreeing to just to get you the fuck to go away, because at its core, the Sunni and the Shia have been at odds with each other since the death of Muhammad. And if you don't understand that the Shia and the Sunni have been at odds with each other since the death of Muhammad, then you don't understand the situation enough to understand that both of those sects believe their leader is the supreme leader of Islam. In this modern day, if you think a revolution is possible, I don't even know. What do you mean? I think the same people, I think that very same that very same notion was what was said in village centers all along America's 13 colonies, as they said, there's no way we can stand up to the British Empire. And guess what? A bunch of ragtag nobody farmers who half the time didn't even have ammo defeated the greatest empire the world had ever seen. Ukraine can hold back all of Russia. No, it's not. How is it different? What the fuck are you going to lay out as an argument that that's different? A bunch of ragtag farmers who often had less than 5 shots were able to overthrow the British Empire, who had infinite everything. They had infinite everything. The American revolutionists would loot the dead British soldiers' bodies for ammo. Weapons back then weren't the same. Oh my God, you are literally one of those people. Weren't the U.S. colonies sponsored by the Spanish and the Portuguese? No, they weren't. Not at all. The U.S. colonies were where the king sent the people that wanted religious freedom, and he didn't want to deal with them, so he banished them to the colonies. The weapons weren't the same. You're right, the weapons weren't the same. There's 1,000 protesters and 100 police. Guess what? If you have enough brave people to charge the police, you can take them down while they're reloading. They did, and they died. And did they keep going, or did they stop? Don't forget the ragtag group of human survivors trying to survive in the face of the Cylons. You're right. John Connor in the face of the Terminators. If you're gonna say it's impossible to overthrow a dictatorial regime, when the fuck did the United States become the morality police? They killed hundreds and got nowhere. They killed hundreds. Oh no, they killed hundreds. They killed hundreds. Doesn't seem like the revolution was ready to kick off, does it? I'm not crying that we lose two. I'm saying, how can the United States say we're going into another country for moral reasons when our own form of law enforcement kills American citizens? By what moral standard are we busy overthrowing another country's government when our own government sucks ass? And it's funny, you can't make an argument, so the first thing you say is you cry. Show me the statistics of bad shoots, please. Nicole Good. Nicole Good. An American citizen killed by Immigration Customs Enforcement. There you go. That's the only one I need to show you, because one unlawful death by the government is one unlawful death too many. who's talking about bad shoots en masse. The fact that you're literally standing both feet in a box about to justify any bad shoot makes me weep for you. One unlawful death is one too many. Unless you're going to say one unlawful death isn't one too many. Is that your position? Is that your position? Nicole Good deserved to die, even though her death was in violation of Department of Justice standards for use of force. Nicole Good's shooting, oh, I agree with you, but your own words were that you can't have 0%. You're right. You can't have 0%. We shouldn't be in another country bringing them freedom when we don't have it. When we don't have freedom. There are going to be mistakes. But we don't even have a good process yet. So why are we taking our broken process into other countries? Shouldn't we figure our shit out first before we try to be the bringers of savior of freedom and justice and democracy, but we don't have democracy, we have republic? What's the best case scenario here? The best case scenario is that all the people like the guy that were on the show earlier that think this is the greatest thing ever all sign up for the military so they can go die in place of people that really don't want to be there, but they went because that's what you do when you raise your right hand. We've had 4 American military members killed for no damn reason. Because what's the end result? Do you really believe that an outsider can bring stability to a region? And the answer is no, they can't. We're pretty good at protecting freedom. We're not really good at installing freedom. We're really good. No, I would disagree with you. We're not really good at protecting freedom. We're really good at removing overlords. But then after that, we really don't know what we're doing. I looked for statistics. You told me our police force is terrible. There are none. What are you talking about? There's fucking tons of statistics that our police force is terrible. You didn't look for shit. Don't even fucking lie. Because if you should now have a notepad on your computer with a bunch of links. What are you talking about? Just a generalized how many shootings are no explanation. In fact, the amount where the charges sticks is so small. So you did research. You found that some charges stick. So your own I'm gonna put your paragraph up on the screen so that we can break down how much bullshit's right here. You looked for it. There are none, but you found it. It just doesn't tell the narrative. So which is it? How are there none, but then you found ones that do stick? I'm very confused. Because you said there are none, and then in fact, the amount where the charges stick is small. So your very statement is a fucking lie. And it's not me you're lying to. There are no statistics for bad shoots. Yes, there are. You know how I know there are? Because every single police shooting is investigated by Internal Affairs. So what are you talking about? There are no statistics. Every single police shooting is investigated. Some are cleared almost immediately. Some take a few days. There is never a police officer shooting that involves a casualty that's not investigated. And you literally said in your own statement, you literally said there are none. In fact, the amount where the charge sticks is so small. You're lying to yourself. Don't lie to yourself because you said it's a problem. It is a fucking problem. One unlawful shooting is a fucking problem. One unlawful shooting is a fucking problem. One is a problem. One unlawful death is one too many. And you're literally saying, you're saying, I did the research, there are none, but I found research that says the number is so small. So there are reports. Hold on, since because apparently you don't want to be honest, I'll get it. Let's start with the killing of George Floyd. Officer charged, Derek Chavanagh. Second-degree unintentional murder, third-degree murder, second-degree manslaughter. Convicted on all counts. So, ready? Hate to tell you. 1. Floyd. 2020. I thought you said there are none. I thought you said there's no bad shoots. McDonald. Back in 2014. Officer charged. Jason Van Dyke. Chicago. Second-degree murder. Aggravated battery. What do you mean there's no statistics? Hold on. Is this your problem? You can't do research? Yearly. And what? Yes, there are. Look, man, just because you're literally coming in here saying, I went and found research. You literally lied because you said, I found research. There was none, but I found research that proves the number is small. If you prove the number is small, then you found the research. And I'm not going to deal with a fucking liar. Okay, but I'll get you the goddamn statistics, since apparently it's hard for you, right? Oh, I can't see this one because I don't have my Washington Post subscription anymore. Let's see. That's only underlying cause of death. Let's see. I probably won't be able to get into this one either. Anyway, what research did you do? Did you look up I'm trying to pull the FBI statistics right now by police officer. Law enforcement participation. Where's the fucking number? Give me the fucking study. I just want the fucking study. Where is it? Okay, anyway, I wasn't prepared to go down this rabbit hole today, or I would have it up. It's hard for me, I won't lie. That's where I'm here and confused by statements that our police force is bad. I was looking for specific bad. Oh, so now hear what it is. Ready? This is where we're really at. You don't know how to conduct the research, so you did 2 fucking Google searches, but you don't know how to do it. Here's what you do. Ready? You look up, all you have to look up. I did like 100. No, you fucking didn't. No, the fuck you did not. Get the fuck out of here. Don't lie to yourself. Don't lie to your fucking self. You didn't do like 100. You fucking did not. All you have to do is look up the use of force shootings. And then all you got to do is look up. So you're telling me that you did 100 fucking shootings and the best you can come up with is the lie you told yourself that you didn't find anything, but in 2 seconds, I'm able to list off, and this is an honest to God question. I'm able to start listing off George Floyd, McDonald, Botham Jean in 2018, Walter Scott in 2015, Dante Wright in 2021, Atania Jefferson in 2019. I'm able to find 6 bad shoots in less than a minute. It doesn't matter if they're years apart. What the fuck is wrong with you? Where did your morality get fucked up? Each and every time the police kill somebody unfucking lawfully, you can't have 0. Motherfucker, I'm able to find 6 in a minute. Here you go. Somebody did the fucking research and it's back from 2021. What does this one say? Oh, look at that. There you go. Straight to the fucking paper. Straight to the paper. 2015, there were 994 fatal police shootings. So here's where you have to start. If you really give a shit, here's where you have to start. You have to go through all the way back to 2015. Now you have to dig through all 994 of those fatal police shootings. And how many officers were charged. But that doesn't tell me anything. I found that stuff. 994. Okay, let me see if I can do this real quick. Let me see if I can do this on the fly. Probably can't, but I will attempt to. Let me see if I can get it. I don't know if I'll be able to pull this live. Okay, no shit, Crab. No shit. So you didn't want to go down the rabbit hole, and you're like, I can't find data, but I found data that the number is small. Obviously, you went down the rabbit hole and you found that the number was small. You've already admitted that, right? 54 officers in a decade period were criminally charged for on-duty shootings. 54 officers from 2005 to 2015. Don't you think 54 shootings in a 10-year period is too fucking many? Here's my problem for you. Here's my challenge back to you. How many fucking people need to die in criminal shootings before you say that's a problem? And if that's the best we can do, why the fuck are we going into foreign countries? This isn't even my research talking point, and this is what I'm finding live. That's over 1 in every state. And what? That's 5 people a year. From one fucking search, my man, that's 5 people a year being killed by American law enforcement. That's 5 too many. Here, how about this? I'll just sign you up to be the next victim of a police shooting since you think it's not too many. Let's sign you and your family up and all the people you love. How can you have 0? I don't know if you can get to 0. But if you have 5 a year, you clearly have training to do. Right? 104 non-federal officers murder or manslaughter for on-duty shootings. 35 were convicted. They don't have enough training. What the fuck are you talking about? Okay, I'm gonna lose my temper and my patience with you because I've said on this show, people walking out of the military can be a cop in 5 days. People walking out of the military can literally do the 40-hour law class and be a cop. They don't have to go to the police academy. If they have their 522 and they pass the fitness test, they go to 5 days, 8 hours a day, 40-hour law class, pass the bullshit test on Friday, they get their badge, and now they're in OJT. Now they're in on-the-job training. What fucking training do they have? Why do we have non-standardized training in this country? Why are some police academies 6 weeks and some are 3 months? Why are some state police academies a year and some are 3 months? But you're going to stand behind the training. Dude, I can't get behind the fucking idea of anybody who just washes their hands over innocent lives being lost. I can't fathom on a level of fucking sociopath you need to be justifying it's okay. And you're like, but I didn't find, but I'm able to find in just a couple of minutes. I'm able to find actual statistics in just a couple of minutes. So you're like, I looked, I found, and I disregarded the number because I thought it was too small. Dude, if my kid was killed, it would become the center of my entire fucking universe that my kid was killed. Right? We have police officers shooting people in the back. 2015, Michael Slager. So of 994, one is a bad shoot. And then we have Reserve Deputy Robert Bates, charged and found guilty of second-degree manslaughter for killing Harris. 2 out of 994. I want to put this to you real simple. You supposedly did 100 fucking Google searches and you came up to a number that said no data exists, because that's what you said, and then the number is small. I think two out of 994 is too many. The other problem is this. Why do we have so many criminal investigations into the police? Because who investigates the police? The fucking police. That's like asking the fox to do inventory at the hen house. That's why a lot of times federal investigators get involved. What we need is the Department of Justice needs to be under the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court needs to be the head of an investigative body that doesn't report to the executive. But your whole fucking statement is a few American lives. That I can agree with you. I think the system should change so we can get the real numbers. Right, but the problem is we have real numbers. And you want to discount them because they're too small. But if we have any in a corrupt system, then we know if there's smoke, there's fire. If we have some charges happening against corrupt police officers, then we know there's more. The crime in the military is zero? No. The crime in the military is the same, statistically speaking, as a town of the same size. And that's what I got into trouble for. My 06 ripped my ass because I'm a sociologist. I'm a social scientist. We had 26 DUIs on base one year. And I got in trouble for saying at an officer stand-up, I said, well, 26 is about on par for what we would expect of a base of 3,300 personnel, and it's still smaller than your average town of 3,300 people. The 06 straight threw my ass out of the fucking officer call, and I had to go up to his office. And luckily I had my tablet with me, so I was pulling statistics. Crime in the military isn't ever going to be zero. Crime in the military, for some crimes, is going to be higher. Because you got an awful lot of people that are going into the military as their second chance. Crime in the military, we have rapes, we have sexual assaults, we have a lot of fucking petty bullshit that shouldn't be a crime, but it is. And then we have crimes that aren't even crimes in the real world. We have fucking adultery as a crime. Tardiness is a crime. Oversleeping is a crime. Just so everybody can understand what the military goes through, technically, you oversleep, that's a crime. Yeah, and that's a big one. In the military, we count bullets. If you come back with a single bullet less than you were sent with, no, the military doesn't go through crazy training. Not at all. Not at fucking all. Not at all. Military police officer augmentees, less than a week of training. And remember, in the military, every single person is suddenly magically imbued with all the knowledge of all the things that they're supposed to ever be able to do. Remember, it's a butt stroke, not a butt stroke. An augmentee is when security forces doesn't have enough people on the base to secure all the things on the base that they need. So every unit has to give up 1 or 2 bodies to security forces so they can properly secure the base. Normally, if like you move into military operations, you have to establish what's a PL2 area, a protected asset area. So you're on your flight line and you have 15 planes that are on ready alert status. Well, what you do is you surround those 15 planes with a protected asset area and you post visual guards at X number of feet, meters apart so that nobody gets near the planes. And then what you have is you have a single corridor that is the entry control point to the PL2 area. Well, if it's a period of high deployment, security forces may not have enough people to do it. So everybody has to send a person, and their instructions are simple. If you're on this side, nobody crosses the line. If they do, you jack them up. On this side, it's easy. Nobody crosses the line. And you might have one cop right there at the corner looking down both ways. And if somebody starts approaching, that cop will go this way. But this person's job is to jack them up and put them on the concrete if they cross the line. And then over here, you'll have 2 security forces people running the actual entry control point. So you've got an airman who's been in the military for less than a year, barely knows their own job, and is now told in simple terms, if somebody crosses this line, you jack them up, you point your gun at them, you put them on the ground. Not exactly stellar training, but it happens. But I do believe our police force and military are better than most places in the world. I don't agree with blanketing them all as terrible. There are so many good cops. I'm going to tell you the thing. I don't ever blanket them all as terrible. When did I ever say all the police officers are terrible? I said the system is terrible. But at the same time, if you're in a room with 1 murdering cop and 99 cops, you're in a room with 100 murdering cops. Because if a cop knows somebody did something and they don't report it, they don't arrest them, then in my view, you're more guilty. You're more guilty if you cover it up. But you are saying that simply because of one bad apple, then therefore we shouldn't have done anything to Iran. How the motherfuck did you even get to... What the fuck sort of mental gymnastics did you do? What the fuck? What the motherfuck gymnastics did you do to get to that statement? You are saying that simply because of one bad apple, then therefore we shouldn't have done anything to Iran. No, if you're hearing that, then you have a load of shit between ear 1 and ear 2. What I said was, how can we take the moral high road to overthrow a government when our own government doesn't protect and take care of its own people? That's what I said. By what right do we depose a government when our government is killing American citizens? Because remember, police officers are agents of the government. No, it has nothing to do with Iran. It doesn't matter what other country it is. Why are we deposing a government when our own government kills its own people? We should go to Iran and stop them from killing Iranians. Well, then shouldn't we stay at home and stop ICE from killing Americans? Shouldn't we stay at home because our president is corrupt? Our president levied a tax on all Americans to the tune of about $1,700 per household in 2025. I think as simple as protections to protect cops' identity for reporting another cop would solve the issue. I hear your point in the current event example, Iran. How can we go to Iran and free Iran when we can't even... How can we deliver freedom to the Iranian people if we can't even ensure that freedom for Americans? That's my question to you. How can we go and deliver freedom when we can't give it to our own people? Do you have an answer? Because I don't have one. Because I think what's good for the goose is good for the gander. If we can't, I'm enjoying extreme freedom as we speak, despite the small percentage of police corruption. That's my answer. So you think it's okay that you haven't been impacted, but Americans have died? So then can I sign you up to be the next victim of police brutality? Is that what it would take? No, but that's literally what you just said. You said, I'm enjoying extreme freedom. I only enjoy the freedoms of what the most enslaved person in my country has. No, that's your implication, because that's what a lot of us are hearing. And by a lot of us, I mean me. Remember you no, it is. That's what I'm hearing, because that's what you just said. You see how your argument from earlier now bites you in the ass? No. Oh, you mean like I was doing? Which I wasn't. Oh, that is not what I meant. Oh, hold on a second. So your own argument is now biting you in the ass. What you said is you're enjoying extreme freedoms. So you don't care about your common man. You don't care about the Derek Chavanaghs killing Floyds because it didn't happen to you. Oh, you care. Then why did your statement say that I'm enjoying extreme freedoms when you know damn well that other people aren't? They went to jail. Yeah, that didn't bring George Floyd back to life, did it? And almost immediately after the George Floyd incident, there was another incident on video of a police officer kneeling on another guy's neck. And then we saw the example of a good officer that as soon as they had the guy in cuffs, the other officer tapped the guy's knee and he's like, hey, we got him. See, your immediate knee-jerk response is, but there was justice. Great. These examples in recent history are wrong morally. Good. Now we're starting to reach a common ground. These examples are morally wrong. Now, how does a morally wrong, morally corrupt, morally bankrupt country bring freedom to another country? That's my question. If we are morally corrupt and morally bankrupt, we're killing our own citizens. That's the executive branch doing that, by the way. How do we now go to another country and say, how dare you? Let me phrase it another way. How do we give foreign aid to starving countries when 1 in 6 American kids lives in crippling poverty and doesn't have enough to eat? Do we give foreign aid because we're really moral and we want to help those people? Or are we giving foreign aid for consideration? The guy that I banned earlier is like, no, we don't. You're right, we don't. We give it because we want something. Ladies and gentlemen, we are quite literally a half a step from this world. We advance our interests. Whose interests? Whose interests? Whose interests? Everybody's interests? Everybody's interests or the rich people's interests? See, the problem is the USA. No. Whose interests? Yes, the USA rich elites. Yes, exactly. So now you see my problem. Now you see my problem. I don't want to start a war with Iran. And now 4 commanders and 4 chaplains have to take an American flag to a grieving mom or a grieving dad and a grieving family for Donald Trump's fucking ego. That's my problem with what we're doing. Because, yeah, that was 1984. I've been that commander, standing there with the chaplain, bringing a flag to a family with the heartfelt gratitude of a grateful nation. And guess what? I never, ever wanted to bring another flag to another family again because I can't handle that shit. Because they ask me why. Why? And guess what? While I was in the service, I never answered the why. I gave the flag. I stepped back, I about faced, and I let the chaplain handle the answer of why. Because there was no reason that we had to lose tens of thousands. Thousands, we won't say tens of, well, tens of thousands injured. Why did we fight in Iraq? Why did we overthrow Saddam Hussein? Why did we stay in Afghanistan after we found Osama bin Laden? Was it because America is a morally healthy country and we were bringing peace and justice to my new empire? Or freedom and security to my new empire? See, it's easy for people to say we should go over there, okay? And do what exactly? What should we do? What should we do? Because no matter what answer you give of why we should go over there and what should we do, what about the Palestinians? We've allowed Israel for 2 years to exterminate 70,000 Palestinians. It's okay when our allies butcher women and children. That's okay. If we do nothing, would that actually be a real problem for us? No. That's the answer. If we do nothing, that's not a problem for us. Iran. Real simple, bubbas. We believe you're making nuclear weapons. You gotta stop. But all these people are like, Iran is close to making a nuclear weapon. Okay. I'm gonna see if I can find this video. I'm pretty sure everyone condemns what they did. Really? Who condemns them? Here, this is the video. Whoa. Hold on. I'm gonna play this. I gotta take a quick break. Oh, wrong way. I'm gonna play this. But yeah, we're supposed to believe that Iran is right about to have a nuclear weapon, right?
World in 5 continents.
You've probably heard this line before.
Iran has never given up its quest for nuclear weapons and the missiles to deliver them.
That's because Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has been saying this for more than 30 years, claiming Iran is close to having
Nuclear weapons. Nuclear weapons. Nuclear weapons. Atomic bombs.
In 1992, as a member of parliament, Netanyahu addresses the Knesset. He says, within 3 to 5 years, we can assume that Iran will become autonomous in its ability to develop and produce a nuclear bomb. 3 years later, in his book Fighting Terrorism, he repeats the same time frame, 3 to 5 years.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Fast forward to 2002. Netanyahu testifies before a U.S. congressional committee actively calling for the invasion of Iraq.
Are there any other nations that you would recommend that the United States launch preemptive attacks upon at this point?
The two nations that are vying, competing with each other, who will be the first to achieve nuclear weapons, is Iraq and Iran.
The invasion happens months later. No weapons of mass destruction are found in Iraq. This is a fragment of a 2009 US State Department cable released by WikiLeaks. Netanyahu tells members of Congress that Iran is 1 or 2 years away from being capable of developing nuclear weapons.
They're online.
It's 2012, and Netanyahu is holding up his infamous cartoon bomb at the UN General Assembly.
By next spring, at most by next summer, at current enrichment rates, they will have finished the medium enrichment and move on to the final stage. From there, it's only a few months, possibly a few weeks, before they get enough enriched uranium for the first bomb.
And now, 33 years after Netanyahu's first so-called imminent warning, Israel attacks Iran.
If not,
Okay, so this is where when people say Israel looks close to having a bomb, Israel's close to having a bomb, Israel's close to having a bomb. Iran doesn't even have the enrichment capability at the present. They're enriching for light water reactors. Now, the people of Iran are celebrating it. Guess they're wrong too. Well, that's a fair point, but which people of which Iran are celebrating what exactly? And I ask you that because we were, you think what they had was better? No, I don't think what they had was better. Not at all. But here's something that I want you to factor in. Ready? I want this factored in just a little bit. Iran is firing a $20,000 drone at the US. And we're intercepting it with a $500,000 missile. Meanwhile, I'm raising funds for 3 different people who can't get any government assistance and they can't feed their fucking kids. The reason why I'm jaded about all of this is because we're not learning from our occupation of Afghanistan. $1 trillion in 20 years, and what does Afghanistan have? The fucking Taliban. We didn't learn after Iraq. I think we should cut the military funding? No, I don't think we should cut the military funding. I think we need to have a clear purpose about why the fuck we blew up 9 members of the leadership of Iran. And it needs to be more than these bullshit. Well, they've got a nuke. They're developing a nuke. Okay. But Russia's engaged in armed conflict with Ukraine. Yeah, the Taliban denounced the infidel regime of Iran at one point. Is that still current? I haven't kept up with my Taliban leadership Pokemon cards. But right now, the Taliban's busy fighting Pakistan. Pakistan has nukes. Was it today? Good. Current information. I like it. But are they condemning them because they really condemn them? Or are they condemning them because they're looking for help against Pakistan? But Pakistan has nukes. Are they going to use them? No. Yeah, and so the question is, the people of Iran are celebrating it, but the people of Iran went out and they mourned the death of the Ayatollah. So a lot of the numbers that we're seeing are a lot of propaganda numbers. And now what we're seeing is maybe some of that information, maybe that 90% number of people that wanted to overthrow the government, maybe that wasn't accurate. Maybe Mossad lied. There's supported data that Iran was killing hundreds of its citizens. But, and I'm going to say this, and it's one of those intellectual thought exercises. My thought process is this. We removed Saddam Hussein from Iraq because he was a dictator. But was that our job to do? If Iran, in its rules and its laws, says protesters will be shot and you're protesting, by what right do we say that's an immoral or unlawful law? And be careful with your answer, because then I'm going to say, well, France has laws that are offensive when compared to America's laws. Italy has laws that are offensive when compared to America's laws. So we got to be careful. I think a lot of people's problem is they've not actually done the digging. They get their fucking information from a 2-second TikTok. International law. There is no international law. What international law? International law. So Donald Trump should be arrested because Donald Trump violated international law with Venezuela 9 times. Donald Trump then should be arrested for all the murders of all the people on all the boats of all the Venezuelan vessels that he blew up without due process, right? Let's be careful saying international law. Okay, but it's terrible that they killed all those protesters. And I think it's hypocritical for us to say they killed all those protesters when we have Americans that have been blinded by our law enforcement through rubber bullets. Why can't it all be bad? It can all be bad. But the problem is, if you're bad and they're bad, what you're arguing now about is a lesser form of evil. So why are we over there? This next thing is going to be might be kind of graphic. Ready? People are saying we need to go over there because they're killing their protesters. Okay, I might agree with that. I might, except that's an American. That's an American who lost an eye to a rubber bullet. That's an American journalist. That's an American journalist. A protest is no longer a protest the second it becomes actually, I'm going to stop you. A protest by definition is illegal anyway. Because your First Amendment right says you have the right peaceably to assemble, and peaceably, you fell into the peaceably, non-peaceably thing. Peaceably in the context of 1788 doesn't mean without violence. It means in accordance to the law. That's why they were constables of the peace, justices of the peace, peace enforcement officers, and then they became law enforcement officers because the language changed. Every protest is illegal because it's unlawful. Doesn't have to be violent to be illegal. It just needs to be. Did you know that in most of the time when you protest in America, you have to pull a permit? And if you're anticipating more than 20 individuals, and that's a national average, not a hard, fast rule, you have to pull insurance for your event. If you plan on having X number of people, you need to have, you need to let them know so they know what law enforcement to have. But here's here's my response to your statement. Are you telling me that all of these people needed to be shot in the eye with rubber bullets? Because I can keep going. Because it's not like it's an isolated incident. It's hundreds of Americans have been shot with non-lethals, and a fat percentage of them are losing eyesight. But we should go to Iran because, there's not going to be a good answer. Yeah, rubber bullets getting directly shot at people isn't the way they're supposed to be used anyways. You're supposed to ricochet them off of the ground in front of them. That way the ground takes the lion's share of the kinetic impact, and it's the threat process. Because they're killing their protesters. Okay, so Crab, once again, you're justifying the American regime wounding its protesters who are exercising a constitutionally protected activity. But it's not okay for Iran to break up their assemblies with violence, even though those people don't have the right to protest. A protest becomes illegal the moment protected First Amendment activity crosses into the conduct that violates other laws. No, that is incorrect. The moment a protest is illegal is because you just said the word protest. Let me stop you. What you said was gibberish to begin with, because you said a protest becomes illegal. A protest is illegal by definition. I think what you meant to say was the right to assembly becomes illegal the moment other laws are brought in, because the First Amendment says the right of the people peaceably to assemble. Peaceably means in accordance with the law. Once certain actions occur, the legal protections fall away. A protest is fully legal. Nope, a protest is illegal to begin with because you called it a protest again. Is when people gather, speak, march, or demonstrate peacefully. No. An assembly is fully legal when people gather, speak, or demonstrate in accordance with the law. Meaning, they blocked traffic. That's illegal. They gathered in a place of sufficient numbers without a permit. That's illegal. Protected protest can cross you into unlawful assembly. No, protest. You keep using the word protest. Stop it. Protests are illegal. Assemblies are legal. The right of the people peacefully to assemble. And then, because of a comma, the Supreme Court changed the whole meaning. Did you know that the meaning of the First Amendment, when you look at the grammar, isn't supposed to be that you can protest anywhere? Did you know that? Because I think that's what a lot of people don't understand. And it makes a radical difference to the way the Constitution is framed when you actually look at it the way it was intended to be read. Yeah, that's just a drape. My books are all there. That's just to bounce to catch the sound. So why are you defending criminals? I'm not defending criminals. I'm not defending criminals. You don't need to shoot him in the eye. No, I wasn't. First of all, you don't shoot rubber bullets at people. You shoot them at the ground and they ricochet up. That's what you do with rubber bullets. I've watched video footage of police officers shooting people directly with rubber bullets. Sorry. No, we can't tackle both problems. That's my point. You can't branch out on a moral high road from an immoral country. We're shooting our own protesters in the face with rubber bullets. So we don't even respect the right of our own citizens. Yet we're getting our citizens killed to bring our version of freedom and justice to another country? I'm confused. Why? By what right do we go into another country and say we're doing this? Somebody had said Iran's government has a lot of support in more rural areas. We only see videos from the cities. Right. Now, I don't mind once we fix our country, once we clothe and feed and house our own people. So when we shoot someone with a non-lethal, we should take a page of the Iranians and switch to lethal AKs. No, we shouldn't. You have an argument of should protests be illegal or not, but lethal versus non-lethal is a huge difference. No, it's really not. It's not a huge difference. You've already resorted to moving to violence. Now it's only just a really small difference of what violence you're using. Again, I said we're against what Iran does, but France's laws are morally reprehensible in comparison to America's laws. In America, you have to be brought in for arraignment in most of the time within 96 hours. In France, you can be kept incarcerated for 10 days before you even have a bail hearing, and the investigators of France are they don't always, but they can spend the first 10 days building the case about why you should be denied bail. Well, isn't that morally reprehensible compared to the American system? So why don't we invade France to make them give better freedom? It's just a question. In Italy, if you remember Amanda Knox, in America, you can't be retried at any level of appeal in the criminal process. For as the defendant, when you win at any level, that stops the process. In Italy, it's different. If the prosecution loses, they can appeal and make you vulnerable again. Amanda Knox left Italy, went to, I believe she was from Washington or Oregon, and then Italy told the United States, we want her back, we're trying at a higher level. The United States said, nope, we don't do that. We won't send her back to you because we don't believe in double jeopardy. But shouldn't we invade Italy? Because their double jeopardy is morally reprehensible in comparison to our Constitution? See, I'm just trying to put this into some perspective light. So just to be clear, you think it's absolutely terrible. I think it's terrible that they're killing their protesters. I didn't think the process was literally the same. You cannot protest in this country. You cannot protest in this country. You can peacefully assemble. And if you believe you can protest in this country, show me where it says you can protest. But there's a big difference between police using rubber bullets and an armed military shooting protesters. No, it's not. It's the use of violence. See, you want it to be a huge difference. But it's really just one tick. There's just one tick on violence. Perfectly aligning morals of any two cultures is impossible. Correct. And that's the core of it. Morally aligning even one culture, because morals don't come from ethics and values. Ethics come from ethics. Values come from values. Morality comes from religion. Did they actually call this operation Epic Fury? Don't guess. Every military operation has to have a name for multitudes of reasons, and they called it Epic Fury. But see, my problem is everybody's all about the United States should bring peace to Iran. Okay, But no, you notice that everybody shied away from well, why didn't we bring peace to the Palestinian people? I will let our Justice Department know they need to change our punishment for murder and bring it down to battery levels. What does that have to do with anything? The laws are codified and written. We provide peace to the highest bidder. There you go. There's the answer. We provide peace to those countries that'll be able to compensate us. We remove dictators off the board when it suits us. I mean, honest question. These are thought-provoking questions. Why did the rest of the world allow us to steal? There is a clear difference between injury and murder. Yes. Yes, there is. There is a clear difference. But here's the problem. You're trying to say murder is all the way up here and injury is all the way down here. You're trying to make a big gap between them. There's not. Here's loss of life. And here's injury right below it. Where is you tell me what the stages in the law between loss of life and injury are. If you're going to argue laws, then tell me what intermediate step is there? Because you're believing that there is injury down here, loss of life up here, because there are different severities. Oh, so you mean there's not actually different boxes, there's mitigating factors. So injury is one and loss of life is the other, and there's not a bunch of rungs on a ladder. You're right. I'm glad you got there. There's intent. Manslaughter versus murder versus premeditated murder. They're all the same box. They're just left and right in that box. I unintentionally killed him. I didn't mean to kill him, but I killed him. Manslaughter. I went to his house with a loaded firearm, knocked on the door, and shot him 7 times. So you think they were aiming the bullets at the ice? Yes. Motherfucker, yes. I've watched the fucking videos of the police shooting individuals straight on with rubber bullets. Yes, I absolutely do, because you don't fire rubber bullets into a fucking crowd. You fire them at the ground and they ricochet up. Beanbags, you shoot center torso. Rubber bullets, you bounce off the ground, because the rubber bullets are, especially if you're using the shotgun ones, one of the things that a police officer taught me once is the racking of a shotgun gets rid of 30% of the crowd. When officers, why do you think they line them all up in a skirmishing line? Why do you think those are shows of force? That's the Jack Reacher theory. I'm not fighting 5 of you, I'm only fighting 3. When I take out the leader, that's you, I'll have to deal with 1 or 2 wingmen. The other 2 always run. Why do you think they bring dogs out? When they bring the dog out, they start racking shotguns. That gets all the people who aren't fully committed to this bullshit. I'm going home now. Now they're serious. Yes, absolutely. When you fire rubber bullets directly at a person, you are not using the non-lethal in the way it is intended. Are there times that people probably would be alive if they would have complied? Abso-fucking-lutely. Without a doubt. Are there times where the police have gone overboard and committed murder? Yes, we know this is a fact. It doesn't matter. Okay. You're so far past, you want to argue about the minutia, and you're missing the fact that both of the governments have given up on taking care of their people. You're literally quibbling over the level of violence, and I'm saying I want you to take one step back and say, why has violence become the foregone conclusion? And as TWO just said, they're called less lethal weapons. If they're both bad, then why do you continue to dig your fucking feet in and argue of the severity of evil? You're literally arguing about the severity, and you don't want to look at how terrible. I'm arguing it because I want you to take one step back. Why is it people say the U.S. has an obligation to go free Iran? And you say because they're killing their protesters. And I say, but so are we, and you're dismissive of the loss of American life. I say, and besides the loss of life, we're crippling and blinding our own citizens. If you want to fix both, why are we fixing Iran before we fix the United States? That's my pointed question to you. You can put effort into A or effort into B. You can't put the same effort into both. Shouldn't we fix America first? No, you can't do both at the same time. Can you pay your mortgage and your car insurance out of the same check? Or do you have to pay your mortgage out of the first check and your insurance out of the second check? That's how you have to do it. You have $100 to fix two problems. Can you fix both to $100 worth? No, they're not separate systems with separate funding. I'm sorry, they're not. There's only one pool of money. Where we put that money is either we put it into training our ICE agents or we put it into bombs that we used to blow up Iran. And since we don't have the money to do both, now we're in debt again. There's the problems. No, we're not putting it into the military. Oh my God. How the fuck do you argue the shit that you don't understand? Okay, I'm going to give you a real quick lesson in logistics, even though I've done it on the show before. So here's the 2026, 2027, and 2028 stockpiles of weapons. So now we're over in Iran and we're depleting out this stockpile. This stockpile is being used. And so the way our logistics works is because we used these get pulled up from 2027, these get pulled up from 2028, and we spend more money because we have to refill 2028's silo of armament. Because we have to spend that money, we don't have it to spend anywhere else. You don't get to buy the PlayStation 6 when it comes out because your furnace went out. And you had to spend the PlayStation 6 money. Okay, then get rid of the 2026. You can't get rid of the 2028 because that's not how it works. What do you mean get rid of the 2028? What if we're invaded? We need to have 3 years of armament. You say you're not in government. Why the fuck are you suddenly arguing military logistics? The reason why it's built this way is so we can go and try to bring freedom and security to the whole fucking planet. We can't go to war with our defensive capability. That's why we can't give the Ukraine 105 shells faster. Because we literally don't have them. What we did for 4 years is we stopped sending our guys to the range to just burn up ammo that was said to expire, and we shipped that to the Ukraine. Anybody who's ex-military will tell you, you get a lot of times, Army especially, Army, Marines, Air Force gets it a little less. We get called to go to the range and just shoot. Why? Because we got two things that we can do. We can either, number one, spend a bunch of money to dispose of this small arm, the M4 and the M9 ammo. We can spend a bunch of money to dispose of it, or we can send people to the range for practice, burn it up, take the brass and recycle it, and not cost the money to dispose of it. We did the same with our 105 shells. Ukraine needed them. We were going to dispose of them, so we sent them over there. This is the question. If we agreed that nothing bad happens if we leave Iran alone, does anything good happen if we save Iran? That's a good question. I think a lot of people's thought process is if we remove Iran from the board, then suddenly Hamas, Hezbollah, the Houthi rebels, and the 9 other terrorist organizations that all have Arabic names that I can't pronounce, they all go away. They don't go away. They become slightly less lethal. They become slightly less coordinated. But now you have 13 organizations that all feel that the Western devils interfered with their life. You're right. At the end of the day, Iran does sponsor various terrorist organizations, which stabilize other neighboring regions. They also decide to export their arms to various other countries, who can also attack friendly and allied countries nearby. But I'm going to ask you a question, and this is a serious question. Other than Israel, who has Iran attacked? U.S. interests in the Middle East. Because we're on Israel's side. I think you need to go back to 1978, where we built up Iraq to the 4th largest military in the world so they could invade Iran for us. Or did we forget that? Did we forget that we built up one Middle Eastern country to deal with another Middle Eastern country? By the way, you say that we sponsor all these things. Doesn't the United States do the same thing? Yeah, Iran attacked Dubai, multiple countries of the UAE, Dubai, Saudi Arabia, Jordan, I believe Lebanon, and I believe they fired missiles at Cyprus. This also prevents other hostile nations that trade with Iran from getting their oil. China, which got 18 to 24% of its oil from Venezuela, a country actively in direct against the U.S. and wants to invade Taiwan, but will now struggle and put a logistics strain on its military mission. What are you talking about? Do you know what China did due to all the sanctions? Did you not see Elon Musk's post? He framed it beautifully. China has converted up to 24% of their vehicles in their country to electric vehicles. Why? Because now they don't need as much oil. We haven't done anything to stop the flow of Russian oil into China. We sanctioned Russia. Russia's just been selling their oil to China. So what? By the way, food is rather important. Except salty. China doesn't need to import food. What did they do to all their soy contracts with America? Donald Trump was being a fucking blowhard. What'd China tell the soybean farmers of America? We don't need it. I wonder if American citizens lost family and how many American citizens died over in Iran. Well, here's the thing. No American citizen should have died in Iran because you've been told for most of my lifetime, don't go there. If you're an American citizen, don't go to Iran because we don't have a consulate presence there and we can't help you. All these people around the world that try to hike into Iran. Look, as the president, I would make a statement every fucking year. Yeah, they import quite a lot of food. Absolutely. They import food, but they don't need to. They probably have to import food from some places. But they don't need to import it from us. Let me actually see, because I just know it's been most of my lifetime. Yeah, they import the food that they want. That's the other big point. They import what they want, not what they need. Look at last year. And this is where I say everybody that like rah-rahs behind Donald Trump, the average American household paid $1,700 more for the same shit in 2025 than they did in 2024 Meanwhile, China increased their GDP by 200 billion. So you hurt the Americans to help the Chinese? How did that help? There are still people there are still people saying the tariffs are on foreign countries. The tariffs are on the importer. If Walmart imports it, Walmart pays the import fee. And then Walmart passes it on to you. Target, same thing. If Target imports it, they pay the tariff, and then they just mark that product up so that you paid the tariff. I'm against the idea of people supporting terrible policies. So are you saying it's their fault they have family there, or they were visiting family? It's their fault for visiting families. If Iran has been a level 4 do not travel risk since as far back as 1987. Although it's hard to pull this specific document because we've changed our travel advisories, but since 1987, the US has said don't travel to Iran. Now, here, I mean, something like 90% of their military vehicles still use oil. You're right. They still need oil, but here's the problem. They're not struggling to get it. Anybody who's saying China is struggling to get oil, all I can say is, how the fuck do you figure? Right? China gets oil from Russia. It's also the same thing, though. The U.S. runs 100% of its military equipment on fossil fuels. Now, yes, we can run some stateside domestic product on biodiesel, but if you're familiar with biodiesel is like, you know, jerking off with a cactus. Sure, it might be enjoyable, it might be useful a few times. China could probably fuel its military vehicles through domestic production alone. Right, exactly. China would do the same thing that the US did if it needed to. Remember back in the war? Back in American history, World War II? Fuel. 5-gallon limit. Can't fill your tank up, you can only get 5 gallons. They would ration you. China could do the same thing. The problem is China can't invade Taiwan even if China wants to invade Taiwan. Again, people yell about China because you've been told China's a threat to Taiwan, China's a threat to Taiwan, China's a threat to Taiwan. Okay, how? Thank you. Uh-oh. China can't push its carriers into deep water. So, if China can't push its carriers into deep water, it can't project its air power the same way the U.S. can. The U.S. can defend the U.S. can defend Taiwan from China, from Japan and South Korea. We have the ability to put aerial refueling loops so that, oh no, what can China do? Run off our carriers? Well, first of all, they can't run off our carriers because you can't, the concept is naval power is no longer just naval power. It's a combination of naval and air power. You can't chase the U.S. fleet away because you can't project your air power to cover your boats. But the U.S. can. And the U.S. can do that with land-based coverage. Losing 20% of your estimated oil partners this year isn't a good thing for you at all. Okay, let me... Like, if your country keeps yelling they want something and forcing clashes on the South China Sea, we should all be prepared to do anything to make it harder for the enemy. Oh, we should? Hold on a second. We should all be prepared to do anything necessary to contain China economically? Like Biden did, Obama did, W did, and Clinton did? You mean we shouldn't put fucking ridiculous tariffs on Cambodia, Laos, Vietnam, Japan, South Korea? You mean all of those strategic economic partners we had in Asia that weren't doing business with China, and then we pissed on all of our allies? And so China didn't even say. China literally looked at Trump and said, what tariffs are you putting on us? Okay, we'll put tariffs on you too. 50%, we'll go to 90. You'll go to 110, we'll go to 150. You'll go to 200. Bitch, we're a 5,000-year-old country. We'll just keep going up. And as Trump is throwing his temper tantrum, China just reaches out to Vietnam. Hey, what do you need? Oh, you need that? We'll sell that to you. Cambodia, what do you need? Oh, we'll sell that to you. What do you need? See, the problem is, I get what you're saying. But losing 20% of your estimated oil partners this year, and what? They don't need it. You're comparing, what you're doing is you're going above and below the line. This is what they need. I'm sorry. This is what they need. This is what they want. They're here. When they drop down 20%, they're still there. They're still above their need level. And they're not a democracy. Okay? China's not a democracy. They're a state-run capitalism system. If we need X millions of barrels of oil for the government, X millions of barrels of oil imported all go to the government. We used to have 3 million spare a day. Now we have 1 million spare a day. The civilian economy gets 1 million spare. China, you're saying China would be impacted to the point, well, it would interfere with operational need. No. China shifted 20% of their vehicles, their civilian vehicles, to EVs. China is building solar. China is building wind power. China is building hydropower because they don't have to go through the bullshit that the US does. China says, we're building solar power today. And they start building solar power. Yeah, you would know if it impacts China because they show up to negotiate. That's it. China knows it can't take Taiwan. But why does China keep rattling the saber of Taiwan? To keep America on a wartime footing. Remember, America has been on a wartime footing for 238 out of our 250-year history. We can't evolve like other countries can because we're stuck in a military mindset. Seeing if I can pull some OPEC numbers real quick. China imports 11.5 million barrels a day. China, I know what statistic you're going at. China has been domestically using about 16 million barrels of oil a day. China has also been laying more concrete every year than the U.S. lays in a decade. China, if you turned around and said, okay, we cut off China's oil imports by 20%. Okay, you just slow down their expansion. You have to get China down, right? First of all, China can produce 4.3 million barrels of oil a day. And that's them borrowing a page out of the U.S. book of, well, we're not going to explore extracting as much as we can from our own sources. We want to be the last game in town when oil runs out. The U.S. used to believe in that same doctrine, that same theory. We're not going to drill our own domestic oil. We're going to be the last people with oil when oil starts to run out. But people are like, oh, we're going to impact China. China was buying Venezuelan oil because it was cheap. Here's the big thing. You're saying that our strategic alliances, Russia sends 2 million barrels a day to China. Saudi Arabia sends 1.5 million barrels a day. Iraq sends 1.2 million barrels a day. The UAE, Kuwait, Oman, Brazil, West Africa. Now, you are correct when you say they were buying it from Venezuela. They were buying it from Iran. But if we were really a unified coalition of allies, why are our allies selling our enemy oil? And that's because all of OPEC, the oil petroleum exporting countries, have for my whole life, I'll say 45 years, have told the United States, we'll deal with you with a lot of things, but you won't tell us. You don't have a seat at OPEC. You're not going to tell us. You're not going to tell us who we sell oil to. And because we don't have an international organization, we don't have an international government. Okay, they need 16 million barrels of oil a day. And our allies are selling them 8 of their 16. Not very good allies, are they? If you want to know the real reason why we care about other countries, it's because a lot of us are from other countries or have family in other countries, so it's easy to have empathy towards them. And many of families fled from countries like that, so we have a negative light towards them. And it's okay that we fight for all problems. And you think it's okay to fight for all problems? Let me give you another example. We fight for the problems that are convenient. If you're going to make an argument that we should do it, tell me why we should do it. You've still yet to tell me why we should do it. Why should we bring freedom to Iran? When I can look at you and say the last 2 times we've tried to bring freedom to countries, we've stunningly failed. You've not given me a reason why we should. What all you've done is tried to marginalize. Is it not better to try than to fail than not try? It's better to not try. Here's why. Ready? Here's why. We hit 1,000 strategic targets over the weekend. We hit 1,000 strategic targets. We spent $500 million over the weekend in ordnance. And we're going to add a fat billion to that because we have to rebuild that radar system. And we're going to add another $540 million for the 3 pieces of hardware we lost. So over this weekend, we burned through, just on 3 enumerated events, $2.04 billion. Now, if I take that number, and I divide that by $70,000, I can give 29,142 American families the median income. For what we did this weekend to try to bring whatever the fuck we tried to bring. Yeah, but the problem is I don't think that means we should stop trying. But what about the fucking fact, listen to what I'm saying. We could feed 29,142 families at 70,000 for the year. We could take with that money, we could feed every hungry child in America. And you say we should try to bring freedom to Iran. But if you're a poor kid in America, fuck you, you're not getting fed. Because you have $1. You can spend it on a video game at the arcade, or you can spend it on a candy bar at the register, but you can only spend it once. And when you try to spend it twice, very quickly we'll be right to dropping that number from 1 in 6 American kids are in poverty to 1 in 5 American kids are in poverty. Because how are we going to pay for $2 billion? Taxes. But if we historically turn to isolationism again, it's proven to just not work. Really? When in American history has it proven to not work? Because when the fuck did America ever be isolationist? 250-year history, 238 years of warfare. Case in point, World War I, we went over there, we saved Europe's ass. Our own Congress wouldn't vote us into the League of Nations. We weren't allowed. We let Europe deal with everything. World War II, Japan bombed us. We went over there, saved Europe's ass again. And while they rebuilt and they built schools and they built hospitals and they had universal health care and they had free education, we built 11 carrier strike groups and 3,000 nuclear weapons and stealth bombers. And we don't have free health care. And we don't have free education. And now we're over now we're over and we're freeing people who don't align with our values and our morals and our outlooks. But we as a people have the ability to feed the country. No, we don't. Let me stop you right there. Do you have the ability to feed all the hungry kids in America? You personally, out of your wallet? It's a yes or no question. I don't need any other words on the line. Do you, as an individual, as a philanthropist, have the ability to feed? Personally, no. Personally, no. I said, no, you don't. Collectively, we don't. Collectively, we do not have the ability to feed all the people because all of our fucking money gets gobbled up in taxes for a war that doesn't benefit us. Why I'm so jaded right now, number one, 4 Americans so far have lost their lives for a war I don't understand. And I want to remind you, not that I'm better than you, not that I'm better than anybody, but I'm trained in contingency operations. It's one of the things I did. I don't see the end game. The only end game I see is Donald Trump was pissed off and angry he didn't win a Nobel Peace Prize. And so if he can't be remembered for peace, he wants to be remembered for bringing down the Ayatollah of Iran. The problem is, if we could collectively feed all the people in America, then why the fuck are so many people in America hungry? A couple of weeks ago, I was streaming and I had a veteran message me, hysterical, because our government made a mistake 15 years ago and they overpaid her by $9,000. That veteran could have had their $9,000 debt wiped for less than the cost of one bomb. In fact, if we assume that every mistake that the VA made that year was $10,000, 50 veterans could have had all their mistakes wiped off the books for the cost of one bomb that we dropped on a country that none of the justifications for doing that are valid. They're close to a bomb. They've been close to a bomb for 33 years. They're close to developing a missile. Yeah, we can't even agree on an optimal nutrition plan. How the fuck can we expect our current government to feed the people? See, I believe that charity begins at home. We have a country that is still racist. We have a country that still kills its own citizenry. We have a country that 54% of the country can't read above the 6th grade level, and 20% of the country has functional illiteracy. What the fuck have we built that says we should tell Iran how to do better? And again, our allies have laws and rules that are morally reprehensible to our Constitution. Our government is designed to be a capitalist war machine. It doesn't know how to feed people. That's exactly it. Let me give you one that should let you know how fucked our country is. If you've never been here for this, you can look this up. If you look up Maxwell Air Force Base and you look up prison on Maxwell Air Force Base, Maxwell Air Force Base has a prison nested inside of it. So over here, there is a minimum security prison on the base. And we're over here at a field site, and we have some of the prisoners doing landscaping work along the fence. And I'm on gate duty, and I got all excited because what I saw rolling in was the meal truck, and it pulled in. And so I walked up to it and I said, I didn't know we were getting a hot meal this morning, or hot meal this evening. And they said, you're not. And I said, what? They said, the prison transport bus for the prisoners is going to be late, so we had to bring them out a meal. And so I jokingly said to the person, I said, well, what, they can't eat MREs? No. MREs do not meet the minimum nutrition value for the U.S. Department of Prisons. A couple of years later, there was a snowstorm in Missouri. And so all the houses, the National Guard of Missouri was driving down, and they had a couple of deuce-and-a-half trucks with guys on the back, and they were walking up to the door and they were saying, how many people are in the house? You said 3. 6 cases are MREs, 2 cases per person, because they said, you guys are going to get so much snow, we're not going to be able to get to you. So it was 1 case of water per person, 2 cases MREs per person. So let me get this straight. In a time of fucking crisis, soldiers, sailors, airmen, Marines, coasties, can eat MREs. In a time of crisis, American citizens can eat MREs. But by God, you can't give that same MRE to an American prisoner who committed a crime? Not going to get scurvy in a snowstorm or a deployment, but you will in a 20-year stint. Yeah, but what are you talking about? If you're eating your whole MRE, you don't get scurvy anyway. You have your vitamin and minerals pack. So what are you talking about? You have vitamin C in it. You have a whole packet. You have a whole drink packet. It has vitamin C in it. So what are you talking about? There are so many problems that need solving. I think we should feed everyone. We should have a strong military. We should have more training, better education. The problem, oh, you didn't know? Okay, cool. Then you didn't know. Because I will admit, remember, before they were MREs, they were rations, and rations were fucking dog shit. Rations were literal fucking dog shit. But the point of this is everyone's like, we should be in Iran. We should free Iran. We should free Iran. Why the fuck should we free Iran? Oh yeah, you're old, dog. That right there is old. That right there, ladies and gentlemen, is an old fucking military dog. 1990s Gulf War, MREs weren't ready. Fucking old Vietnam era rations. Some of those fucking guys in the first Gulf Storm, they were getting rations. Yeah, hardtack and Lucky Strike cigarettes. Those fucking things that expired like a decade before. Opening up your Vienna sausages and they were just fucking oil. So goddamn. So yeah, that's old school military right there. 1990, and the fact that I know he's old school military because he called them rats. That's before my time. But talked to a lot of those old guys at the VFW hall. They didn't give a shit about the food. They gave a shit about the what was it, 4 smokes or 2 smokes or whatever? That's what they gave. Give me that fucking. You always made friends with the fucking guy that didn't smoke. TWO brings up a great point. Can we expect more strikes from the Board of Peace? Because that's where we're at. Do you think destroying the Iran government so people can make their own is guaranteed to fail? Yes. Crab. Yes, I do. Yes, I fucking do. Right? And here's why. You have a functional, but immoral government, right? And you have the people down here that are oppressed, and they rise up and they overthrow it. In order for that to happen, there has to be 2 types of people. What you need up here is leadership. And these people, right? These people, they rise to power because some of them are warrior thinkers and they know how to win the war. And some of them are philosopher thinkers, and they know why we're fighting. And some of them are moral thinkers, and this is what equality should look like. I want to remind you of the state of humans. We have helped overthrow dictators. Why can't we tell them just no more military? We could. But then we need to stay there forever. We told Japan no more military, no more aircraft carriers. And we've been there ever fucking since, because if we say you can't have aircraft carriers and you're a fucking island, then that's why we keep a strike group near Japan at all times. Because by our treaty, we have to defend them. I don't want 100,000 American men and women to have to live in Iran for 2 to 3 year stints for their whole career. I don't want that. I know people that in the 20 years we were in Afghanistan, they had fucking mail just going to Afghanistan, magazine subscriptions. I want to fix America. And then after we fix America, I want a strong coalition between Canada and Mexico. And then once we get a strong coalition between Canada and Mexico, we look over at the European Union and say, are you guys good? Because we're over here and we're good, you're good. Now we take the North America coalition and we take the European Union, which is now strong, and now we turn around and we say, good. But then we got it also on this other burner. We can't forget the gravy. Hey, Saudi Arabia, UAE, Iraq. Why the fuck aren't you intervening in the Yemen civil war? So all the people that, and I'm sorry to be a dickhead, but people aren't really thinking. And I mean this. half of this country has been in the hands of rebels since 2014. This is the Houthi rebel-controlled side of the country. This is the legitimate government-controlled side of the country. Hold on a second. We have had shipping lanes closed by the Houthi rebels. Yeah, they're not intervening in the Yemeni civil war because they don't know which side is wrong. So we've told the Houthi rebels, we're not going to get involved in your shit as long as you don't bomb the shipping lane, the Gulf of Aden, and then the Red Sea shipping lane, we're not going to get involved in your civil war. Saudi Arabia and Oman, you border a country that's been in a state of civil war for 11 years. Saudi Arabia needs to be kicked in the ass and told, this is your problem. This is a Monroe Doctrine level problem. You need to control your peninsula. You need to control your peninsula. I don't think they care. Okay, Crab, let me help you out then. With now you're starting to get it. Now you're starting to fucking get it. Ready? Here's my problem. We're all the way to fuck over here, right? And Iran is all the way to fuck over here. Yemen is all the way to fuck over here. The Middle East wants to be considered major partners in global geopolitics. And we're supposed to worry about this and this from all the way the motherfuck over here? Why? Look, ready? You guys worry about this. We leave you out. We'll worry about this. And then you guys worry about that. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, Crab, if nobody else fucking cares about Iran, why the fuck do we care about Iran? That's the talking point. My friends that can't make rent, can't pay groceries, are fucking angry that we burned through $2 billion in a weekend and they're still expected to pay their taxes. I did fundraising on this show for a vet so she could feed her fucking family. Think about that. There are American veterans fighting to feed their families. They pay taxes. But we burned $2 billion in ordnance. My friend with the 4 kids and the douchebag husband does not give a shit about Iranian freedom this weekend. She gives a shit about her daughter, the little girl. She has one son and she has an adult daughter. Then she has a son and 3 daughters. She messaged me just talking, not asking me for money, just talking. And she mentioned how the little girl has influenza. She doesn't have a cold. She has influenza. And the douchebag of a father threw his hands up and said, these kids cost too much money, and he just left. She can barely make the rent. She doesn't have fucking disposable money for ibuprofen, acetaminophen. Okay, you were talking about a problem that was already happening and ignored. Bullshit. Bull fucking shit. Then fuck Iran. Then Crab, fuck you and fuck Iran. Because the Iran problem has been there since the Ayatollah took power over the Shah. Then fuck you and your logic. Then Iran has been a problem. And ready? When you act like this, then I'll be a military man and I'll solve the problem. Ready? I'll solve the fucking problem. I'll solve the problem. Ready? If you're just gonna get fucking flippant with it, then this is what you queue up. Because if you go stupid to the full one side of the I want to be stupid, then this is what you create the vacuum for this.
Bomb Iran, bomb, 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 bomb Iran, bomb, 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 bomb Iran, bomb, 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 bomb Iran, bomb Iran. What country's got a feeling really hit the ceiling? Bomb Iran, bomb, 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 bomb Iran. Went to a mosque, gonna throw some rocks. Tell the Ayatollah, gonna put you in a box. Bomb Iran.
I think that's morally reprehensible. But I think it's perfectly understandable. I hate Israel for what they did. Yes. I hate Israel for what they did. I hate the world for what the fuck that Israel's been allowed to get away with. I hate the world for what Russia's been able to get away with. If it was up to me, right? If it was up to me, the US military arm, how can you say that we should intervene with Israel and not Iran? Real simple. Top level logic. Israel is exterminating a group of people that aren't their own people. Iran is exterminating their own people. Those are two radically fucking different scenarios. If the people of Iran haven't had a revolution since the last revolution, because remember, how did that asshole get in charge? Or don't you know? Because if you don't know, that's fine. There was a revolution. So how can you say modern revolutions don't work when there was the Ayatollah Khomeini revolution in 1979 who overthrew the Shah of Iran? So here's the thing, ready? Here's, I think, the problem, and no offense, Crab, but you spend about this much time researching shit and you become opinionated. I spend about this much time researching shit and I ask a bunch of questions. The Ayatollah came to power through popular revolution. And then the people didn't like the dictator they got. We created the monster of Saddam Hussein. We trained Osama bin Laden. Unless anybody's going to get down on the fucking major conspiracy theory that we didn't train Osama bin Laden, yet all of their bomb wiring signatures is right out of the fucking manual that we were using when we were fucking training our guys. Because remember, freedom fighters are the terrorists that are killing the people you want them to kill. Yeah, the manual that was secret, right? Like, we taught secret shit, and yet Osama bin Laden's wiring signatures were exactly what... Yeah, we taught the guy. The United States meddles in everybody's affairs. We overthrow dictators. So what? We put a different dictator in. Why is Iraq still so fucked up today? Because none of those people clawed their way to the top of power. We created a power vacuum. But because the United States doesn't understand, because they have a military, Libya's fucked as well. Libya's fucked. Where's the other one? The other fucking major one in the Middle East that we fucked with. It'll come to me. Syria, thank you. I'm like, we changed the leadership. But then we get shocked when they say, okay, now I have power. I want to do what I want. Take the military away from the dictator. What would happen? No, dude. How do you take the military away from the dictator? Again, you don't think about things like if I'm the... What's the Tyrion Lannister example? The Varys example is you have a sellsword. And you have a king, a merchant, and a priest in the room. And you have a sellsword. And each of them want the sellsword to kill the other two. Well, who does the sellsword work for? The king who can give him titles? The merchant who can give him gold, or the priest that can secure his entry into the afterlife? The answer is there is no universal answer. The answer is it comes down to the person. You might have a sellsword like the guy from Season of the Witch, who's got sins on his soul, so he wants to go to heaven. You might have a sellsword who's got debt. He needs the gold. You might have a sellsword who thinks he would be a good noble, so he takes the king at his word. But then he thinks to himself, can I take the king at his word because he might betray me? You got to stop thinking, take the military away from the dictator. The dictator has loyalty. It has a better chance of working than letting them keep at it. No, it doesn't. Dude, what the fuck is wrong with you? Serious to God question. Have you fucking looked at any of the other places in the fucking world that we have? It worked in Japan. No, it didn't work in Japan, you dumb fuck. It worked in Japan because we dropped 2 nuclear fucking weapons on them and gave them billions of dollars. And we've been there at the cost of billions of dollars every fucking year. And then we still have American military members go over there and rape locals and fuck the whole situation up geopolitically. It doesn't work. Yeah, Japan was centralized. We also weren't removing a dictator. We were removing an emperor that we allowed to stay in power. But we said, we're going to put bases here, 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 and here. And guess what? In the face of the fucking atomic bomb, the emperor cared about his people. He cared about his people. The Ayatollah doesn't care about his people. He cares about his supporters. That's the fucking piece you're missing. 10% of Iran are morally offensive to the Ayatollah. If he could get away with it, he would have killed all of them. He would have killed all of them. That's what you're not understanding. If the Ayatollah of Iran could have killed all the Sunnis, he would have. Would your opinion change if we fed all our people first? Yes. Yes, it would. But I want you to hear this. If you put a Shia ruler in charge, they represent... Hold on, let me not speak out of turn. The Sunnis are 85 to 90% of the world's Muslims. The Shia are 10 to 15% of the world's Muslims. And the Shia are primarily found in Iran. Because, and I'm not trying to insult you. It's going to sound like an insult, but I'm not trying to insult you. Your understanding of Islam is so limited. You don't understand the idea that the moment Iran becomes destabilized, they're the minor of the religions. All of the Sunni Islams in the rest of the Middle East, not top of the pyramid food chain, but at the lowest levels, they're going to fight each other. They're going to fight each other because it's what they've been doing for 1,400 years. Right? It's what they've been doing since the death of Muhammad. You're trying to say it would be easy if we just went in there and took out the Ayatollah. But the Ayatollah was what the people wanted. But because you're looking at it like so it's a matter of prioritization. We both agree that there are problems. My solution may be wrong, but a solution should eventually be reached, but after we take care of ourselves. The problem is, ready? The problem is this. You just gotta let the Middle East fucking kill each other. Because that's what they're destined to do. You can't walk in. How does a white Anglo-Saxon Protestant nation, how does a Christian nation, because remember, that's what they see us as. How does a Christian nation go into a Muslim nation and tell them anything? Let the tribes fight it out and we make deals with the winner. Oh, you mean like Afghanistan? Where before the Russians went into Afghanistan and the Americans went into Afghanistan, the tribal warlords had divvied up the country, and for the most part, they left each other the fuck alone. But the women didn't have freedom and the girls didn't have freedom. Okay, and? Well, they need freedom. Why? Why? I want to remind you, nothing in the U.S. Constitution says women can't vote. The Constitution was ratified and put into play in 1788. And yet it wasn't until the 19th Amendment in 1920 that we had to write another amendment that said, yes, women have the right to vote. But let's keep in mind something for a second. We'd already passed the 14th Amendment giving black people the right to vote. We're a 250-year-old nation. Pretending to tell a 5,000-year-old nation what the fuck to do? Again, we have an audacity about us because we have B-2 bombers and nuclear attack submarines and nuclear carriers. Shia are primarily fundamentalists. Sunni tend to be more willing and compatible with the Westerners, but a little more tribal. Yeah, and the problem is you're never going to get a Sunni and a Shia to both agree, because what they're arguing is fundamentally who has the right to the caliphate of Islam. Do you think we should move the families of American citizens that are over in countries and pay for them? No. Why? Okay. Why? What the fuck are you trying to? Why the fuck should I care about non-Americans and spend money on non-Americans? What the fuck is wrong with you? You literally, dude, do me a favor, Crab. Go to the fucking nearest American embassy or consulate, turn in your fucking passport, and leave my fucking country. I don't give a fuck that they're the family of Americans. They're not fucking American. They're not my fucking problem. They are not our fucking problem. Because 1 in 6 American children, you illiterate douchebag. What the fuck question is that? 1 in 6 American fucking children went to bed hungry last night because it was Sunday. 1 in 6 American fucking age school children were excited to go to fucking school this morning, not to get educated, but to get a fucking meal. And you want to take that meal out of their hands to bring non-fucking Americans here. And remember, I'm a fucking immigrant saying this. Fuck my family over in Ireland above an American school kid, because my family in Ireland has a better quality of life. My poor ass family in Ireland doesn't sweat meals. And here the fuck you are like, should we bring more? Motherfucker, I'm trying to get rid of 61 million people the fuck out of America. 11.99 undocumented people and another 49.5 million. I want to change the fucking setup. I pay my taxes and donate $300 to the food problem. Trust me, I agree it's a problem. Then why the fuck is your goddamn proposed solution making it worse? You don't care about the problem. Your belief is that we should bring the families of American citizens over to America. Maybe the fucking American citizens that have families back in those countries should fucking go back. Maybe that's what the fuck they should do. And by the way, man, $300, congratulations. You fed one family for 1 week. Great. But you want to make the problem 100 times worse. I am in debt. It's all I can afford. So hold on. Hold on. Why are you in debt? Do you pay an awful lot of money in taxes? It's a serious question. You're in debt. I'm betting you're in debt because you give at least 20%. You pay a lot. Okay. So let me get this straight. You want to make the situation worse for everybody in your situation and worse than you. But why? You want to make the situation worse? Why do you want to make it worse? Yeah, my thing is this. Stop being part of the fucking problem and start being part of the fucking solution. If the taxes go down, yeah, I would love that. Right, but now here's the thing. You are a person in debt who's never served in the military, never served in the government. No offense, sit your ass on the bench. You're not ready. The coach is looking at you and being like, you ain't ready. You don't have the mental capacity to balance your own finances, yet you want to propose fucking solutions that you're talking in the billions of dollars? You're not interested in fixing the fucking problem. No, you don't balance your own finances. It's not my fault. Yes, it is. If you are in debt, it is your fault. Period. Dot. End of story. Because the only other way then is you're going to tell me whose fault it is. So whose fault is it that you're in debt? I would be dead. Why? Why? You needed an organ transplant, if I recall correctly. Why didn't you have better insurance? That's your fault. No offense. It's your fault. Kidney disease and I had horseshoe kidney and I'm claiming bankruptcy like you suggested. Right, but here's the funny part. Until you stumbled onto my show, you didn't even have the solution. So I care more about your debt than you care about your debt. But then the question is, why didn't you have better insurance? Why didn't you have a better job? I get it, man. You got dealt a fucking bullshit hand. I'm not blaming that on you. But until you stumbled onto a streamer show and the streamer told you could file for bankruptcy and shed your medical debt, then you weren't really doing too much to, dealt a bullshit kidney. But that's my point. You didn't even know how to solve your problems. If every American got fed housing and Medicare, I would gladly work 2 jobs. You know what? Come on, Bunny. I don't disagree with you. If every American... I find it hard to believe that elite of our country can't solve any problems. They are solving problems. They solve problems every day. They just don't solve the problems you want them to solve. Because bullshit ideas like bullshit support for Donald Trump is why we're in the situation we're in. Bullshit support for Kamala Harris is why we're in the situation we're in. But the bigger problem is when they wrote the Constitution, the preamble of the Constitution is to sustain the blessings of liberty to ourselves and our posterity, do ordain and establish this Constitution of the United States of America. In the fucking preamble, to the Constitution, in the preamble, they talked about, they quite simply talked about knowing that it wasn't just about them. Right? Here's the preamble of the Constitution. And secure the blessings of liberty to ourselves, not for ourselves. To ourselves and our posterity, do ordain and establish this Constitution for the United States of America. They knew it wasn't about them. Do you really think if we didn't attack Iran that we would solve the food problem? No, I don't. I don't believe that it would solve the food problem. But I think it would be a hell of a lot easier to justify in a year from now when your taxes go up why your taxes went up. When people say next year, I don't know why my taxes went up. Yeah, we bombed the shit out of Iran. The problem is, until people turn around and say, this is bullshit, it won't change. Interceptors are not cheap, and we will need to restock now. Yeah, they're 500,000 a piece. Not all of them, but some of what we're using are 500,000 a piece. We're using a $500,000 interceptor to intercept a $20,000 drone. If we push Israel into the ground war in Iran to free we solve two problems. Israel owes us for bad behavior and Iran needs to be free. No allies for Putin can help stop that war. No, here's the problem. I don't want Israel as an ally. If it was up to me, if I was making the call, no, people gotta stop. We are not close to out of ammo. We are not close to out of ammo. We saw a group of white people kill 100,000 people and turn and entire them for being Muslim. Wait. I'm going to stop you for a second. Ready? You said, at this present moment, there is something you're not taking into consideration. In the past 2 years, something has changed in the eyes of the Muslim world. Don't mean any offense. We saw a group of white people kill 100,000 people. What group of white people killed 100,000 people? We saw, and turned an entire them just for being Muslim. No, we didn't do that. When did that happen? It was a problem whose depth was not understood till we saw it. Shias and Sunnis are not further apart as you think. No, I'm going to stop you for a moment. I'm going to stop you. Since you have no idea of my depth of understanding of Islam, the Israelites killing the Palestinians. Okay. So let me stop you for a second. First of all, there's not 100,000 deaths in Gaza. So fact one, you're factually incorrect. You're off by a rather large margin. It's about 76,000 dead. It's about 76,000. But they're not white people. I hate to tell you something. No, it's 76,000 dead. Don't make this argument into something it's not. No, it's not 35,000 by the blockade. Because, by the way, I'm going to stop you here. Don't make me make this argument because I don't want to make this argument. No, motherfucker, you shut the fuck up and I'll give you the facts. 35,000 people died because Egypt won't open their border. So what's up with that? Don't fucking lump the whole Muslim world into something and quote false facts to fit your bullshit narrative. Okay? Ready? Egypt is a Muslim nation, and those are Muslims pressed against their border, and Egypt won't open it. It doesn't alleviate Israel, but don't you fucking dare. Yeah, they're at the border. Egypt won't open the border, you dumb fuck. Egypt could open the border and let them into Egypt and feed them there. I did look up the facts, you stupid fuck. I've reported the facts. Why is the Egypt border? Israel has blocked the border. No, they haven't. No, the fuck they haven't. Egypt keeps the border closed. Israel doesn't have ground forces on the Egyptian border blocking the blockade or blocking the border crossing. Egypt won't open it. Do you really believe that Egypt, right? Egypt said, we don't want refugees. Why does Egypt not want the Palestinian people? Because everywhere the Palestinian people have moved to, they have caused shit everywhere they go. You dumb fuck when you're being bombed. Yes, when I move to a border and I get to the border of Egypt and they won't open the border crossing because their military is on the border. No, fuck you, buddy. Because you want sympathy. And see, this is your problem. People like you turn people like me into unsympathetic because I have done nothing for 2 years but condemn Israel. But when you act that way, it becomes really easy to say, well, fuck them. If we just kill 2 million more, it won't be a problem then. You're unsympathetic. No, what the fuck are you talking? Motherfuckers in the community. Have I not condemned Israel for 2 fucking years? Have I not condemned Israel since the start of their fucking war? I have condemned the war on the Palestinian people. I have a I dare you to show me where the Egyptian... Okay. Okay. So, who controls the Rafah crossing? Egypt. The Palestinian side has historically been administered by the Palestinian authorities, though in practice control has shifted depending on conflict operations. Since October of 2023, Israel has conducted military operations around Rafah, and control dynamics on the Gaza side have changed multiple times. However, Egypt controls whether people can enter Egypt. Israel controls Gaza's airspace and most other border crossings. Who is stopping the Palestinians from going into... No, they don't. This is where you're wrong. Egypt controls the Rafah crossing. I'll get you the source next. I'm going to try to find a source. I'm looking for a good source. I don't like Wikipedia. No, the Palestinians weren't allowed to leave Gaza. Because Egypt remains reluctant to open the Rafah crossing to Gaza. Egypt remains reluctant to open the Rafah crossing because it's a checkpoint between Gaza into Egypt. It's their fucking border. It's the BBC. Here, ready? So, the British Broadcasting Company, why Egypt remains reluctant to open the Rafah crossing. Yeah, the BBC. And what? See, this is, so an independent third-party source says Egypt won't open it. No, this is what pisses me off about people. He's going to say all these facts are wrong now. Egypt has long played a role as a mediator in the conflict, not just between Israel and the Palestinians, but also between the main Palestinian factions themselves. Now the focus is on Egypt's control of one of the 2 land routes out of the Gaza Strip, the Rafah crossing. Thousands of Palestinians are waiting on the Gaza side while hundreds of lorries carrying desperately needed aid are parked on the Egypt side. Egypt's foreign minister told the BBC News the Rafah crossing on our side is officially open. But he blamed aerial bombardments for making the crossing inaccessible and unsafe. Why we can't send trucks into Egypt. But all those people that were pushed up against the crossing. Oh, now my question for you is, Egypt didn't keep it closed? So who did that? So who did that? Oh, you mean one Muslim nation didn't open their borders for Muslims of another nation? Let me ask you this, since you want to tell me I don't understand Muslims. Why is it that Muslim refugees never go to Muslim countries? They all go to Europe? It's a question. Can you explain it? Yes, I've never denied that they're bombing the border crossing, but Egypt is the one that keeps the crossing closed. Why do Muslim refugees go to Europe and not other Muslim countries? Why is that? They aren't allowed to. See, the problem is, this motherfucker comes in here while he's been on my show, while I've condemned Israel. Because when 1,200 people die, and you kill 76,000, including wounding or killing 50,000 children, I find that morally reprehensible. And I've condemned Israel because 1,200 people dying is a tragedy. But you doled out $5 million worth of punishment. From 1913, the West has been subjugating us, bringing your culture to the East and telling everyone, look, here is Jah, we leave. Right. The Ottoman Empire fought against the Allies in World War I. Great Britain took the opportunity to free the Holy Land because for Christians, Jerusalem is the Holy Land, and the Ottoman Empire lost. Let's start there. Do you disagree with that's how Great Britain ended up in control, right, of that area? Do you deny that? And after that, your culture has been taught to us. Stop. My culture hasn't been taught to you. I'm fucking Irish. We don't like anybody. My culture hasn't been taught to you. I asked you a yes or no question. Did the Ottoman Empire fight against the Allies in World War I? Great Britain took the opportunity to seize Jerusalem. No, I'm not American, actually. I'm a dual citizen of America and Ireland. I'm barely Irish. I'm from Listowel. How much more fucking Irish can I be? I'm literally from fucking County Kerry. What the fuck more do you want? I carry an Irish passport. I have Irish citizenship. What the fuck else do you want? What the fuck else makes me... Because be careful now. Because whatever standard you decide determines I'm not Irish can then be applied to Palestine. Because I'm one of the few people that agrees that there's a Palestine. So why the fuck are you yelling at me when I'm one of the greatest allies Palestine could ever have? Because I'm hoping one day, if the rest of the world looks at the shit that the West has done, someone will look at England and say, get the fuck out of the northern 6 counties. Or did you, hold on a second, since you want to be a belligerent fuck to me, or did you forget my country has been occupied by England? Or did you forget that? Or did you not know? Or did you forget that? Oh, so here's your problem. You're so full of piss and vinegar that you're shitting on a person who's on the side of the Palestinian people, who condemns Israel, and you're like, you're not Irish. So what? So you're your own worst enemy. When you want to know why, I know exactly what happened in Ireland. Good. Then why the fuck are you up my ass? Because the first thing I saw when Israel did what they did, I said, that shit's wrong. I've been saying, why the fuck is Israel dropping daisy cutters on high-rise residential buildings? Why magically are all the hospitals in the Gaza Strip destroyed? Oh, there were Hamas terrorist assholes in every hospital? I don't think so. One or two? Maybe. You said white in perception. Oh, so you're fucking racist. Because we're all white people, we all look the same, but God forbid a white religious studies student understands the Shia and the Sunni? Oh, so bigotry's okay if you're you and you can use it, but I have the audacity to actually look into why the Sunni and the Shia disagree so much? Oh, maybe you need to take a moment. No, the whites aren't killing the browns. The whites aren't killing the browns. Ready? Let me ask you a pointed question. Why the fuck has the rest of the Muslim world allowed what's been happening to the Palestinian people to happen? The whites aren't killing the browns. The Israelis are killing the Palestinians. Meanwhile, all the other Muslim nations, they're vassalized. Oh, by who? So it's America's fault Egypt doesn't open the border crossing and take in the refugees. Then whose fault is it that Hezbollah exists? By who? It's America's fault that Egypt doesn't open their territory? It's the Western world's fault? Because why would we care if Egypt opens up the border? That's a question. You could transplant the Palestinian people to the Sinai Peninsula, that land that Egypt gave back, or the land that Israel gave back to Egypt for peace. Who was responsible for ISIS? America was. Because we went into Iraq and we shouldn't have. Oh shit, you weren't expecting that answer, were you? America is. The Western world is. The UN is. We stirred a pot, it boiled over. But it's somehow America's fault that Egypt won't open the border crossing. Or it's Israel's fault that Egypt won't open the border crossing. See, that's the one, ladies and gentlemen, that's the one I can't wrap my head around. We make up bullshit to support our narrative, but when the BBC says, literally, Egypt won't open the Rafah crossing, Egypt doesn't have to open the Rafah crossing, but we want to blame America. Hold on. You have more than enough land to put all 1.2 million refugees in refugee camps in the Sinai Peninsula. But Egypt's doing Gaza a favor. Because if Egypt opened the Rafah crossing and all the Palestinians fled, they would lose their claim to the land. No, the US won't ask Egypt to do it because Egypt came right out and said, we don't want them because every time the Palestinians go somewhere, they cause problems. They cause revolutions. Which unfortunately, either A, you accept that it doesn't represent all Palestinian people, or you say that never happened, but then the facts and evidence are against you. Yeah, the US says, so exactly, okay, communicate in English. My channel is marked in English. What are you trying to say? My point is, I've said on this show publicly, if it was my choice, I would have put American Marines in the path of the Israeli military. If I had the power, I would have put a contingent of Marines between the Palestinian people and the IDF. So what the fuck more as a personal statement of what I would do you fucking want? I believe that the extermination of the Palestinian people is criminal to a point where I would put American service members in harm's way to stop it. So push the persecuted across the border. Which is literally why what I'm asking you, what did you want Egypt to do? Allow the Palestinians to flee and lose their claim to the land, or make the hard choice and say, you must suffer through this? My question for you, though, why have none of the Middle Eastern countries put their military in to Gaza as peacekeepers? None of them have sent anybody. But Europe sent 26 people to Greenland as a symbolic show of force and resistance against the United States. Why has there not been one deployment of one Muslim country's military? Why not? That's my question. Why not? And here's the answer. Because none of the Muslim nations care about the Palestinian people. None of them do. Because they don't care. Because the rest of them have figured out that you can have peace with Israel. Israel just wants fucking peace. Israel has tried 7 fucking times to give Palestine a country. 7. The Camp David Accords were like the 88% solution. The problem is, are you denying that in Hamas's charter, the legitimate government of the Gaza Strip, it calls for the extermination of Israel? Are you denying that? Because it's really hard for one country to help another country get recognized if that other country says, but we want to kill you. There is no argument that you can make. Okay, you're not denying that. So let's roll this through. Let's roll this through. 7 different times in their history, I think it's 7. It might be 8. They've tried. They've tried to have peace with Palestine. And the Palestinian people in Gaza elected in 2006? A group of people whose charter says, we want to destroy Israel. We want to eliminate Israel from the face of the planet. Yeah. That's what I'm asking you. Does the covenant of Hamas not say death to Israel right in the charter? Ready? I'm asking you a serious question. Do I know when Hamas was formed? Well, this document was in 1988 in the charter of Hamas. The document I'm about to show is 1988. This is their charter. Okay? So this is my question for you. Right? This is a translation of the 1988 Charter of Hamas. A revised Hamas document of general principles was issued in 2017. In their charter, on the destruction of Israel, Israel will exist and will continue to exist until Islam will obliterate it, just as it obliterated others before it. Dude, this is 1988 charter. Literally has a section called "Until Islam will obliterate it." So, the Islamic Resistance Movement is a distinguished Palestinian movement whose allegiance is to Allah and whose way of life is Islam. It strives to raise the banner of Allah over every inch of Palestine. And they claim all of the land that Israel exists on as their land. So let me just ask you, who's wrong here? The people who elected a government whose charter says they will eliminate Israel? Or the country that in 1978 laid the Camp David framework? In 1993 to 1995, the Oslo Accords. In 2000, the Camp David Summit. In 2001, the Taba Talks. In 2005, the Gaza disengagement. In 2008, the Olmert proposal. In 2013 and 2014, the Kerry talks. 2020, the Trump peace plan. How many different times? 8 attempts to get the U.S. backing to push Palestine through the Security Council, in spite of the fact that their charter calls for the destruction of Israel. If you want to talk facts, I can talk facts. I showed it to you. That's an English translation. Right? You can't have peace if one guy says, I want to kill you. But Israel says, we want to try. Do you remember when Egypt invaded Israel? Or do we forget that? Because if we want to forget stuff, we can do that. But I want to remind you of something. And maybe this will help you conceptualize. These guys over here, these guys invaded these guys. And these guys took all of this. They push the Egyptian military straight back across the Sinai Peninsula. And because Egypt wants peace, they gave back more than double their landmass to the guys that invaded them for peace. For peace. Now, I'm not saying that what Israel has done in the last 2 years is okay. I condemn it. Morally reprehensible what Israel has done. I don't give a shit what logic you have. Killing or wounding 50,000 children is unacceptable. In the Six-Day War, Israel launched a preemptive strike against Egypt following... Sometimes people, man. Sometimes. So you're talking 1967. I'm talking about 1948. One day after Israel declared independence, Egypt and several other Arabian states sent troops into the former territory. And I'm talking about 1973, the Yom Kippur War, where Egyptian forces crossed into Israeli positions in the Sinai. So, and at the end, right? In the end, Israel gave all that land back to Egypt for peace. Come on, Bunny, you reached the big point of it. And here's the problem. Hi there, new person. Come on, Bunny reaches a point that many people reach. At some point, the logical conclusion is just finish the ethnic cleansing and then you won't have to worry about them. And by the way, they're not the first people to invent this. The Saxons. The Saxons had this doctrine long before. Never leave behind a man, woman, or child who can raise arms against you. Was that not the Saxon way? Do you know why they moved in? Okay. Dude, I am not here to fucking indulge your fucking point. Get to a fucking point. Egypt got the Sinai Peninsula back. Yeah, they invaded Israel right at the day after Israel was given recognition by the United Nations because they were upset that it was supposed to be a two-state deal, that Israel was not supposed to be formally acknowledged by the United Nations until such time as the other half of the territory by the British Mandate was declared Palestine. Unfortunately, because Russia had their own political idea that Russian Jews would leave Russia, go to Israel, and Russia would take over Israel from within politically. Russia said, to everybody's surprise, on a vote, yes, we support the creation of Israel. The problem is, Israel had clear defined borders by the UN. In the process of their admission into statehood, it didn't matter what Israel said their borders were. The UN said what their borders were. So, again, the day after they became independent and recognized by the UN, they were invaded. True or false? And the answer is true. And here's the thing. You can't use the phrase Palestinian land, and I know this is going to offend you, but then you have to go do your history. There has never, ever, ever in the history of this planet been a formally recognized country of Palestine. Syria Palestina was declared by Emperor Hadrian after the land of Judea, the land belonging to the tribe of Judah, rebelled against the Roman Empire. The British Mandate of Palestine didn't formally declare Palestine a country. I'm sorry, but I know the history of this shit. You want to cherry pick. There were passports issued with Palestine on it, therefore, no, there weren't. There were British passports issued for the area known as Palestine. Although 160 some odd member nations of the UN recognized Palestine, the moment the UN came into existence, we literally said the only way to be a country is to be recognized by the UN. And that we is the UN decided that. So, the problem here is that you are so pissed off and angry, you literally run around picking fights with allies of Palestine. You paint everybody with a white brush, forgetting the fact that Portuguese, Irish, Italians, right? They weren't considered white by European standards. We were the minorities of Europe. Irish people have always been referred to as dirty Irish people. You paint everybody with a fucking racist paintbrush. It's the white people killing the brown people. Can we just cut the bullshit? If the United States wanted to kill 1.1 remaining Palestinians, that's a long weekend for us. That's a 3-day weekend. That's a fucking turkey shoot. The problem is Israel. At no time in history has anyone made a state without its neighbors accepting it. Israel isn't really accepted by their neighbors. That's a lie. Yes, they are. And this war will continue until U.S. stops protecting Israel. Then everyone around will gang up. No, they won't. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Many of the Middle Eastern countries have treaties with Israel. So what are you talking about? None of them. They already have, and they've gotten beat. They've lost. Like, here's what I don't get. You say none of these countries recognize Israel. None of these Middle Eastern countries recognize Israel. Except Egypt, Jordan, the UAE, Bahrain, Morocco, Sudan, Turkey, Jordan. Now the ones that don't, Iran, Saudi Arabia was about to, right? But then Israel did what it did. Iraq, Syria, Lebanon, Kuwait, Qatar, Yemen, Oman, Algeria, Tunisia, and Libya. Saudi Arabia nearly recognized them, but then they went on a fucking killing spree. But here's the other problem. I am in no way defending Israel killing 76,000 people, right? Wounding at least 100,000 more. Potentially 35,000 deaths, which we're waiting. I'm not saying those deaths don't exist, but we're waiting to vet them and verify them. I'm in no way justifying Israel's behavior. But some of those countries allow terrorist organizations to exist inside of them and fire rockets into Israel. But they're all members of the UN. And the UN recognized Israel. Which goes to show you what a useless fucking organization the UN is. Because if the UN says we recognize you as a country, both Egypt and Jordan attacked Israel. They lost, and they haven't tried again since because they have a peace treaty with them. Technically, by this logic, by your own logic, the US isn't allies with Japan because we nuked them, because America intervened. Because Israel is too powerful. Correct. America sells Israel arms. And again, as I have said, right? As I have said, if it was up to me, if I was the president, if suddenly tomorrow Hugh snapped his finger and said, Jalan, you're the president of the United States, I would call Israel and say, I'm not selling you any more weapons of any kind because you're using it to indiscriminately kill innocent people. Saudi Arabia's thoughts on all this was, Israel, shame on you. We were about to have a peace treaty and you decided to go all crazy style. Why isn't Putin helping Iran? Let me ask you a question. How can Putin help Iran? Putin is in his own war that he can't win. Putin is facing 40,000 losses a month, and he can't, he can only replace 35,000 troops a month. Ukraine has survived, and if you remember 4 years ago, we've been talking about this shit now for 4 years. I said early on, Ukraine has to turtle. They have to dig in. They just have to hold. They don't have to win. They don't have to make strides in Russia, although it would help. Strategic strikes inside of Russia will change the Russian narrative, but all Ukraine has to do is hold. You hold. Last year, Russia only increased their holdings of Ukraine by 0.74%. Ukraine is in 40,000 a month. What they're trying to do, they're trying to take Ukraine. But Ukraine is producing more drones. Russia was moving troops across a gap one at a time because they thought Ukraine wouldn't use a drone on a single soldier. And Ukraine said, we produce enough drones, we'll use it on a single soldier. As I said, all these Muslim countries are just waiting. Middle Earth, no, stop. First of all, you throw Muslim in there as a derogatory. By the way, okay, not all the Muslim countries want to exterminate Israel. By the way, Muslims have more in common with Jews than Muslims have in common with Christians. Not all Muslims hate all Jews. Saudi Arabia could give two shits about going to any offensive war. We gotta stop the fucking bullshit hate. If Palestine and Israel were put into timeout by the United States, Palestine, you have a country, but you can't have any known or former members or suspected members of Hamas in your government. What are you going to do? Well, we want Israel. Okay, that's not going to work for us. The next time you fire... No. Asshole, you're a fucking racist. Not all Muslims in the Middle East see the Jews as a problem. Shove it up your ass. No, the fuck they don't. Some Muslims in the Middle East care more about the other sect of Muslim than they do about the Jews. You're a fucking racist bigot. There is a Muslim who has Jewish friends right there. Stop the fucking bullshit. Yeah, does all your own family like you? The answer's probably no. Muslims don't have anything against the Jews. They have a problem with Israel. They have a problem with the leadership. Name one country in the Middle East bordering Israel that didn't attack Israel. Sure. Name one country bordering the United States that the United States hasn't fought a war with or invaded. Oh, shit. We fought Canada, we fought Mexico. Countries fight. It's what they do. Yeah. Name a fucking European country. Shit, man. All fucking England and France did for most of their fucking existence was fight each other. Shit. You had an English king who spent more time in Aquitaine than he did in England. Now, the problem here is that Egypt doesn't want to fight Israel. Egypt has its own fucking problems. Egypt's biggest number one problem is Egypt wants to stop being considered African, but it's in fucking Africa. I dare you to call an Egyptian in America an African American. I fucking dare you. Go ahead. Call an Egyptian American black. The problem is you're lumping countries with people. Look, I'm a retired vet. Israel is our military ally, and I've spoken out against them for 2 years. We had no business bombing Iran this weekend. They're building a bomb. They're building a bomb. They're building a bomb. I've heard that shit for 33 fucking years of my life. They're building missiles. They're building hypersonics. And what? We have fuel to air bombs. We have MOABs. What the fuck are we worried about hypersonics for? Hypersonics are great for striking cities. You accidentally thought a Puerto Rican was Mexican. Oh shit. You got an earful for that one, didn't you? Britain also messed up the disputed territory between Pakistan and India. Oh yeah, let's not forget, right? Let's not forget, if we're gonna blame anybody, let's remember that Britain fucked everybody up. The whole thing was orchestrated. He played. Okay, dude. If you say one more racist, bigoted thing, I'm just gonna ban you, because you're lowering the fucking IQ of the chat. If you're interested in having a conversation, we can do that. If you're interested in being a racist bigot, wrong fucking channel, because I don't tolerate that shit. Yes, the United States bombed Iran. How is that racist? Because he said the whole thing was orchestrated. He played you guys like a fiddle. But by who? By who? Guy has a name. Call him by his name. The shit that you spew is toxic. Yeah, Prime Minister, right? There you go. There you go. Now you got it. You're not on his friend. If you're on a first name basis with him, text him and tell him he's doing a bad job. I bet you can't text him. Now, if he landed in Germany, should Germany have arrested him? Fuck yes, they should have. But now you can see the problem with now you can see the problem with the fucking international courts. As far as, is there any proof France was helping Saddam build nukes? No, there is zero proof that France was helping Saddam build nuclear weapons. I'm sorry if some of you are going to be offended, and actually, no, I'm not. I don't give a shit. If you do not understand the difference between building a nuclear reactor and enriching weapons-grade plutonium and weapons-grade uranium, then the problem is you don't understand the deal. The enriched material was never going to leave France's guard. The reactor was going to be French. It was going to help power Iraq. Now, France, to the dismay of a lot of people, gave them highly enriched uranium. They gave them weapons-grade uranium. They then realized, this motherfucker is unstable. Let's replace that with lower enriched material. So even if he does steal it, he can't make a fucking bomb out of it. The same thing that people have been saying. Does Iran have the right to pursue light water reactors for power generation? Yes. Because Iran signed the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty, should Iran be able to go to the United Nations and say, look, we're tired of getting blown up. Can you guys just come in and build us a light water reactor so we can have nuclear power? And the UN should be like, yes, we can. You pick the spot. We'll run it. You pay for it. But we keep bombing Iran under the guise of they can't have nukes, and Iran keeps saying, we're not building nukes. We haven't found any credible information that Iran is building nuclear weapons. I'm not saying they're not. I'm saying I'm a fan of this crazy idea called due fucking process. You have a suspicion, you collect some evidence. Once you have some evidence, they keep saying that, but yet they hide their stuff and they don't let inspectors in. You're right. Why do they hide it in mountains? Because for 33 fucking years, we've blown it up. For 33 fucking years, every fucking time Iran is supposedly close to having nuclear weapons, we blow that shit up. Okay, let me ask you a question. Who does the US let come in and inspect our nuclear weapons? Who do we allow to come in and inspect our nuclear weapons? No, we inspect our own. Oh shit, I've been part of that process one time. That's that's a fucking process. We don't. Okay, but we do. See, Skeeters, we do let somebody in to inspect our nuclear weapons. So well, we did up until the treaty ended. But we allow one country in. We used to inspect our silos. And that was Russia. The Open Skies program. But so here's my question. only Russia, and they only get to inspect from aerial. They only get to inspect aerially. They don't get to go into the facilities. So let me ask you, and it's a serious question. By what right does the U.S. mandate inspections on other countries when the U.S. isn't party to the treaty? Yeah, the U.S. answers to no one except Russia, the Open Skies program, but we only allowed them to come in and see it because we wanted to be able to go in. We did. I thought the UN was doing that. No, we don't. That's the problem. We are running around enforcing shit. We're doing it as the U.S. Why should one sovereign nation answer to another sovereign nation? See, these are the questions that nobody wants to answer because they're the uncomfortable questions. This is, we signed the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty, but Israel didn't. So everybody talks about, well, Israel doesn't allow anybody to inspect their nuclear weapons. Right, because Israel never agreed to. And unfortunately, what people don't like is India, Pakistan, Israel, and South Sudan never agreed to allow people to inspect their nuclear weapons programs. Have they actually admitted to having them? Who? Israel? Yes, Israel admits to having nuclear weapons. It is an attitude problem when it comes to Iran. But remember, as I said, Iran is the densest population of the minority sect of Islam. Sorry, that was the wrong. You are a Muslim. You practice Islam. They are the majority country of the minority sect. They're a sovereign nation. Now, how can I defend Iran as a sovereign nation? Because it's easy. They're a sovereign nation. I can condemn them for funding terrorism. But I respect their right to be a sovereign nation. Especially in light of the last year with Donald Trump, where Donald Trump doesn't respect other countries' sovereignty. We killed 50-ish Venezuelan sailors. We stole their fucking president. We stole, and Donald Trump is like, oh, well, this is in the War Powers Act. Look, man, I've read the War Powers Act a number of times in my life, both in college and as an officer. I didn't see remove the sovereign leader of a sovereign independent nation anywhere in the War Powers Act. Yeah, it's only terrorism in third person. In first person, it's peacekeeping. Remember, where are my English people? Where are my people educated in England? Is it the American Revolution? Or is it the American Rebellion? History is written by the victors. We sank 1 Iranian naval ship. Rumors are we sank 9. Iran threatened to close the Strait of Hormuz. So the commander-in-chief said, well, I'll stop that too. The problem is who checks the United States? Trump's argument is that Venezuela is not respecting our sovereign nation by smuggling drugs sponsored by their government that is killing American citizens. Sure, that's a great argument. International law requires due process. Should Donald Trump be executed by lethal injection if it turns out that he really did blow up a fishing boat? Should every person in the chain of command, from Donald Trump down to the person that pressed the button to fire the missile, all face the death penalty? Did we agree to it? Did we agree to international law? Yeah, we're members of the... Not only did we agree to international law, we sit on the Security Council in a permanent seat. So yeah, we pretty much fucking agreed to international law, but we don't follow it. He also claimed he was an illegitimate leader. But here's the thing. Even if he was an illegitimate leader, right? When we had the George W. Bush, Al Gore debate on the Chads in the Florida ballots, did any other nation on earth show up and remove W and install a Gore because W was an illegitimate leader? No. Then we should enforce it, but good luck. Being a leader seems to make you immune to being a criminal. Right. See, my point is, people don't think. They don't challenge. They don't question. Why are we doing this? Why did we burn through $2 billion worth of ordnance this weekend? We burned through $500 million in missiles easily. Just the numbers that I know. We lost a $1 billion radar system, 4 American lives, and three jets due to friendly fire. I hope none of those jets were an F-22. I haven't seen an accident report yet, but we lost 3 jets to friendly fire. Who checks the United States? This is deep. The real thing you've been asking is how many of us believe people naturally do the right thing? We all know the answer to that is dismal. Yeah. Was it F-15s? I hadn't seen the report. If it was F-15s, that's still bad, but it brings the dollar amount down. Yeah, English history, the Battle of Copenhagen. Danish history, bombing of the civilians in Copenhagen. So yeah, if it was 3 F-15Es, my question is, how the fuck did that happen? I'm going to take a quick break, but my question then is that I'm going to try to answer in the last bit of the show is, what does a win look like? I'll be right back. Yeah, the F-15s are an older version of the Oracle system. They're harder to update. Yeah, the shit, man. The B-52 is going to be still in service when we launch the fucking first Enterprise. The B-52 will be there to do the send-off. Yeah, it's gonna take a while for us to be able to verify what happened. Eventually, there'll be a public release. It won't be easy to find, but eventually there will be a public report about what happened, and then you need to find it. It's just gonna be a while, but eventually everything becomes. If you know how to read between the lines, you'll be able to see what happened. But they've already declared it a friendly fire accident. But here's where the problem is. As you saw, one person on my show doesn't want the Americans there because we're white and we're Westerners and we interfere. They don't even want to learn their own history of the area. And the problem is people make a really bad argument because if you say, well, the Palestinians have a claim to the land, well then okay, if that's your argument, then the Israelis have a claim to the land. So let's not make that argument, right? Because any argument you make for a Palestinian claim to the land, you can make to the Israeli claim to the land, and then you're fucked because you're like, well, I argue that it's the Palestinian land and the Ottoman Empire never should have gave it to the British and blah 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 blah. Great, and then the English go, yeah, but we fucking took it. And we're giving it back to the original owners. It just took us You know, it just took us 1,800 years to do. Instead, the argument should have always been, first and foremost, the way we're dividing out Palestine and Israel and all these different maps. That was always fucking stupid. Can we all agree? Can we all agree to that? That the way we were laying that out was just fucking stupid. I think if we all start from the presumption of, yeah, Israel came first, Judaism is older than Islam, that argument is silly. Right, so let's not make that argument. Let's not make that argument. Let's literally sit down and say, look, Israel, you're wrong. Right, you're wrong. Gazans, I'm not going to say Palestinians, I'm not taking anything away from them, but Gazans, you're wrong. Because you elected people that instead of building infrastructure, they built rocket systems to bomb Israel. Here's the problem. You got to sit people down and have them have the uncomfortable truth. Israel endured 50 years of terrorist attacks. I don't get mad at a dog that bites a kid if that kid has been slapping the dog for the last hour. I feel it's bad parenting if you don't grab your kid and say, don't hit the dog. Because a dog is eventually gonna bite. My daughter, my 20-year-old, has a scar that's above and below her left eye. I told her, don't put your face near the cat. Don't put your face near the cat. Do not put your face near the cat. And one day, she put her face near the cat, and the cat swiped and caught her and scarred above and below her eye. Said to my kid, I said, I will do my best to treat this, but you will probably have a lifelong scar from it. That'll fucking learn you, won't it? Well, are you gonna do anything to the cat? Yeah, I'm gonna give the fucking cat a treat because it didn't fucking fish hook your eyeball and rip it out. Israel, if Israel had done a one-day retaliation against Gaza after those 1,200 people were killed, that would have been $5 worth of punishment for a $5 crime. If Israel, what was their other option? Go to the UN that had done nothing? We've got to start facing the fact that this country, how to help the Gazans. I never saw anyone provide a sustainable solution. You can't provide, this is the great debate. You can't help the Gazans as long as the Gazans hold true to the idea that they want Israel destroyed. Now, I don't believe every Palestinian living in Gaza wants the state of Israel destroyed. But as long as they keep chanting the propaganda from the river to the sea, you're not going to build an international coalition. And honestly, after all the years of all the shit going on in the Middle East, unfortunately, nobody, not even the Muslim nations, are stepping in to protect the Palestinians. And so you've got a group of people who, by fraction, only a small part of them are members of Hamas. A larger portion are Hamas sympathizers. But I wouldn't be surprised if the leadership of Egypt, Saudi Arabia, Oman, the UAE, they're just like, well, I wish the Israeli army would just hurry up and kill the 1.1 remaining Palestinians so that we can fucking be done with this. Okay, I don't give a fuck. Okay, let me stop you, Hashim. I don't give a fuck. Because what I know is that 8 different times Israel has spearheaded the idea of there being a Palestinian state. That is a fact. Period. Dot. That is a fact. Of course, you're going to find a bunch of contradictory things. That is fine. But at the end of the day, how many times has the Palestinian Authority come to the table with a proposal that creates a sovereign Palestine and a sovereign Israel? Honestly, at the end of the day, I feel bad for the Palestinian people, but I feel bad for them for 2 reasons. 1, what's happening to them, and 2, the allies that they have aren't really allies. Like, look, I don't care, right? Israel may finish the Gaza Strip off and then have anti-Israel, yeah. And that's the problem. But here's, if Israel kills all of the Palestinian people in Gaza, then Israel will finally be rid of a threat. At the end of the day, Israel doesn't have to come to the negotiation table. The world has given a silent mandate that what Israel is doing is okay. The whole world has done it. Europe can't condemn Israel for what they're doing in Gaza, because then the Ukrainians turn around and say, well, what the fuck about us? Europe has to sit on their hands about Israel because any statement about what Israel is doing to Gaza is wrong. Okay. All the other areas, I'm going to stop you. Do any of those other fucking areas not conduct terrorist acts against Israel? Again, you only want to condemn Israel. I condemn everybody who uses violence. I'm aware. I'm aware of the West Bank. Zero bullshit. Bull fucking shit. Bullshit. If you're going to lie to yourself, you're of zero value to this conversation. Okay. If we want to have an honest discussion, we have got to say what the truth is, and the truth is Israel has taken terrorist attacks that originated in the West Bank. Or are we going to forget about the 2002 Passover massacre? Are we going to forget about the 2002-2003 suicide bombings in Jerusalem and Tel Aviv that were carried out by militants from the West Bank? Are we going to forget about the knife and car ramming attacks that were called the Knife Infantata from 2015-2016? Are we going to forget about the shooting attacks that originated in 2022-2023 from individuals that originated from the West Bank? Okay. Yes. Oh, and the second Infantata that in 2000 to 2005 that were planned and launched from the West Bank. So, ready? Let's not forget about things. Because if you notice, I'm up here condemning all the bad shit, and you're up here cherry picking stuff about what Israel did wrong. Well, why don't you point out all the shit that was done to Israel? Because then it makes sense about why they fucking finally snapped. Right? I think that's just fair. I think it's fair to say that we're going to call out all the violence. We're going to call out all the violence. Because if it was up to me, Israel would have had their fucking their leash pulled. If Putin is wrong for attacking Ukraine, then Israel is wrong for civilian death in Gaza. I don't like moral bias. Well, that's the problem. Europe can't condemn Israel. Why was America attacked on 9/11? because America interferes in the Middle Eastern world, and we trained Osama bin Laden, and then our CIA cut him loose and hung him out to dry, and he was a pariah in his own country, so he started his movement, and he completed what numerous other terrorist organizations had tried for years. And what? Why were the Israelis attacked by the West Bank terrorist attacks? They were attacked because of something they did, because of something that happened to them. As a reminder, the day after Israel was certified a country, they got attacked. Unless you're willing to admit that, then you're going off of a fucking bullshit version of history. Doesn't matter. Who threw the first punch? Israel was 1 day old when it was attacked. Who threw the first punch? Are you gonna be honest? Are you actually gonna be honest and say after the UN, the organization that all the neighboring countries agreed to abide by, recognized Israel, 1 day later Israel was attacked? Are you going to admit that? And if you admit that, then that's the first punch, and every punch from that point on has been a result all the way back to that first punch. And if you're not going to admit that, then what you're really saying is that the UN shouldn't have done that, and all those countries are oath breakers. So we consider everything the moment the UN declared the two-state. Nope, because remember, the UN didn't declare the two-state, which is where the problem is, which is where the problem was. Palestine wasn't admitted as a country on the day Israel was. But the question is, was Israel attacked on their first day? On their first day as a sovereign nation, were they attacked by 6 Arab countries? Yes or no? Well, the Brits didn't set up Israel. That's the problem. The UN did. The Brits gave the Jewish people their homeland back. Doesn't matter why the Arab nations attacked. The question is, it's a yes or no question. On the first day of its existence, did Israel get attacked by 6 Arab nations? No, because what you're trying to do is, see what you're trying to do? No, it doesn't matter why they were attacked. You have to admit they were attacked on their first day as a nation. Then we can go down the rabbit hole. If you're not interested in just saying, yes, they were attacked, then we can't go down the rabbit hole, because you're just going to try to keep twisting it. On their first day as an independent nation, as granted by the United Nations, they were attacked by 6 Arab nations. They were the victim. And from that, violence begets violence. Let's go back in time and let's pretend those 6 Arab nations don't attack Israel right off the bat. Does it change the mood? Does it change the military landscape? Does it change the political landscape? Abso-fucking-lutely it does. Oh, it absolutely does. How can you even say it doesn't? How can you say no? The original aggressor with the 6 Arab nations that attacked Israel. Because one day Israel didn't exist, the next day it existed, and then they were attacked. That's without diving into the political whys, that's the historical accuracy. If Ukraine joins NATO, then the US can put missiles in Kremlin's range. Let's go back to the First Zionist Congregation and no. Fuck right off with that. I don't care about that. Because then if you're going to keep going back to irrelevant shit, then I'm going to just go to it took them 1,800 years, but Israel just took back what was theirs. And if you're going to go back too far, then I'll turn around and say Israel has every right to take back all of the land of King David. You see how going backwards to irrelevant shit then allows me to go backwards to irrelevant shit? Don't do that. What value is going back to 1890 in Switzerland have to do with anything? Because in 1890 in Switzerland, the Ottoman Empire still couldn't control Jerusalem, right? So why the fuck are we going back to an irrelevant point? The point is, the UN dropped the ball. The UN should not have admitted Israel until they were also admitting Palestine, and it should have been a 2-for-1 vote. We are admitting Israel and Palestine because the land is contested. I even did a whole video on this on YouTube where I talked about where the flaw was, because they denied Palestine and said your borders are disputed, but they allowed Israel in. But how can you say Israel's borders aren't disputed if the only reason Palestine couldn't come in was disputed borders, and Israel and Palestine were the disputed borders? There's the problem. I don't need to go back to irrelevant shit happening in 1890 when Israel didn't even exist. The problem you have is you're just mad that somebody knows this shit better than you do. And that's fine. You can be as mad as you want. But you're like, I want to go back to 1890. Did Israel exist in 1890? No. Then it doesn't fucking matter. It doesn't matter, period. What you're doing is you're cherry picking history. Again, what if the British had just gone into that area and killed everybody? Then we wouldn't have had 60 years of terrorism. What if the Israelis had moved in there and on the first day, Zionism hey, dumb motherfucker, let me help you out. Zionism existed in the before Common Era. Ready? I'm also going to point something out to you. No, fuck you, because you're the dumbass, ignorant motherfucker who keeps losing all your arguments. It's like Islam. No, Islam didn't exist in the before Common Era. How are you going to say that Islam it's like Christianity? No, it's not. Yeah, Zionism is fascism by one portion of the followers of the Jewish faith. It's like Christianity. All Catholics are Christian, but not all Christians are Catholics. The problem is you don't like that somebody who you painted with a white paintbrush earlier knows Abrahamic religious history more than you do. I hate to point out something, but Islam is the youngest of the three religions. Christianity is second. Judaism is the oldest. The Jews were there before Muslims ever fucking existed. By about 6,600 years. How did the UK make peace with Northern Ireland? They didn't. The UK didn't make peace with Northern Ireland. The UK is Northern Ireland. How did Ireland didn't fight for, you're right, Ireland fought for the 6 northern counties until finally in the 90s, the Southern Irish were just like, you know what? This ain't working. We're never going to get this back. And then the Sinn Féin said, well, shit. Yeah, they were really nasty with those terrorist attacks. And guess what? The Southern Irish figured out we're never getting that back. We're never getting that back. So let's have peace. And guess what we have now? We have peace. If the Palestinians figured out they're never getting Jerusalem back, because guess what? Jerusalem can't be all that meaningful. And Ireland is prosperous. Southern Ireland is prosperous. They're the fucking bankers of the EU. But Jerusalem can't be all that meaningful for the rest of the Muslims, because the rest of the Muslims don't give a shit that Jerusalem has it. Or that Israel has it. What does a win look like in Iran? Well, according to Hashim, the way they want to act, it's where we install an organization into Iran that kills all the Sunni. Because apparently coexistence is impossible. So, unfortunately, there is no win for Iran. That's the problem. The US is about to do to Iran what Iraq has still been trying to overcome since we killed Saddam Hussein. At the end of the day, when I say the word tribal, I'm not saying backwards. I'm not saying primitive. I'm saying tribal as in you deal with your family first, your community second, your region third, your nation fourth. Like the fucking Marine Corps. Unit, Corps, God, country. Why God is right there, I don't know. Family above all else, right. Kuwait shot down 3 F-15s, yes. It was a friendly fire accident. They're bombing the Iraqi-Iran border to give space for the Kurds to mobilize. The Kurds don't give a shit. The Kurds give a little bit of a shit about a little part of Iran. Guess which part of Iran they care about? The part that the people like them are in. Kurds don't give a shit. The Kurds in Iraq have been mistreated for the last 20 fucking years. No, I don't think any of the planes was an F-35. Shias are a Muslim minority sect. If they get into a Sunni majority political system, they will be persecuted. Not exactly. I mean, not exactly. They are the minority, but you won't see it as an overall persecution. Shia, Sunni are the majority of the Muslims at 85 to 90% of the world's population. The Shia are 10 to 15% of the world's Muslims. The problem is, Iran is the largest concentration of Shia Muslims. Now, at the 50,000 foot view, there's not violence. But this is the same way that at the 50,000 foot view, there's not violence between sects of Christianity. At the lowest level, at the lowest level, there's often violence between them because that's when you have like the American Hatfields and the McCoys. Because their nature is the ex-leadership of Iran Sunni? No, the Ayatollah is a Shia. Because again, the majority of Muslims in Iran are Shia. Globally, the Shia are the smaller of the two sects. Now, for the people that are asking questions, if an F-22 were to crash in Iran, it would become a priority target once they knew the pilot was clear. They would tomahawk the shit out of it. Any nearby fighter would be diverted to destroy it, and then they would still tomahawk the fuck out of it. Because yes, they're not going to allow an F-22. They're not going to allow anything of an F-22 to remain recoverable. To answer your question. To answer the next question about why are the F-15s still being used? Because the F-15s are still better than the F-4 Phantoms that Iran has. Case in point, the F-15s are designed for a particular role, the F-35s are designed for a particular role, and the F-22s are designed for a particular role. The F-35s and the F-22s are designed to operate together. F-35s have, and I know some of you are going to like freak out about this, but the F-35s have a better sensor network than the F-22 has. The F-22 has a shorter radar system because you don't want to have a long-range radar system because then the enemy knows what the fuck just pinged me. The F-35 paints out further, and then the F-22 can engage from a further away distance. Those two weapon systems integrate into each other. They share tactical level information. That's also why one of the things I've said in recent weeks that people keep saying shit like, well, the rest of the world versus the United States. I keep saying, yeah, but a bunch of you use our F-35. And then in Space Force headquarters, they click a little button off, and all of a sudden you lose access to all the American ISR. So your F-35 suddenly goes from seeing this much of the battle space. Where the fuck's my other hand? This much of the battle space, this much of the battle space. It's why I appreciate other countries developing their own weapon systems, because you shouldn't be reliant on all of your technology being from one country. Yes, with the shit that happened today, Kuwait is now leading in takedowns of F-15s in all conflicts in history. Kuwait has now downed more F-15s than any other country. That is now a fact, yes. Here's the problem. As long as we have radical people, radical on a positive side or radical on a negative side, we're never going to fix the problems. Can every one of your citizens read? Joint Fire Support Specialist? Fister. I love that fucking... I've always fucking loved that name. I've always loved that. Oh my god, there's so many stories with fisters. Oh, from the fucking drinking at the bar. Oh my god. The fucking... What do you mean he's a fister? Well, take him home and find out. Here's the... Yeah, it is cruel to say. Crab, here's the thing, which is... Here's the thing that's cruel, right? In America, 50% of our society can't read at a grade level high enough to understand the Constitution. And I'm sorry, that's not my opinion. Because in order to understand the Constitution, you not only have to have a mastery of modern English, but you have to have a mastery of 1700s English common law and 1700s language structure. In order to understand the American Constitution, you have to have read the Federalist Papers, because every night 53 delegates were drinking and debating and arguing and fucking and whoring and smoking, and I'm not making this shit up. This is our founding fathers, ladies and gentlemen. And like TJ and Madison were back going through books and reading, and then the next day they would present stuff, and then people would debate it, and then that night they would drink and fight and duel and fuck and smoke and punch each other and get into fist fights. And that's our founding fathers. Yeah, Benjamin Franklin is rumored to have sired 80 children. They sent Benjamin Franklin to Paris, and there's a quote, I forgot what it is. Benjamin Franklin loved Paris, but the ladies of Paris loved Benjamin more. The problem is, doesn't seem reasonable that average people should understand the 1700s English to read the Constitution. No, but here's the problem. We had to dumb down our own tax form. We used to have a 2-page 1040. It used to be called the 1040, and then we had an easier form of that called the 1040 EZ. They didn't fuck. I love the IRS. They made it simple. What's this form for? It's the easy form. It's the 1040 easy. And then we had to dumb down the 1040 even more. We've got people in American society listen to a guy in a cowboy hat telling them why they need to set up a trust for money that they don't have that'll never be lost on inheritance tax because they don't have that. It's strange that people can read everything on their phone, but they can't read. They can read at the 6th grade level. They can read on the 6th grade level. That's the problem. People will tell me what the Bible says. The Bible and the Quran, they're written at the 11th grade reading level. I watch Americans and Westerners cherry pick out phrases from the Quran that talk about all the evil things that the Quran says. And if you're truly being honest, the Quran has some fucked up shit in it. But there is, in the Old Testament, there is equally terrible shit in the Old Testament. Right? And so when you have when you have things that you cherry pick, right? Like, let me do the West Wing. Let me show this clip. Because this is, oh, nope, not you. Why not just take the horrible stuff out? Because in context, you have to understand why that shit was in there in the first place. Chris Rock has a wonderful joke about this. Chris Rock said, why did the Jewish leadership say don't eat pig? Because, and forgive me, I'm not 100% familiar with everything about Jewish kosher law in splitting the animal and leaving the meat out for a number of hours, but pigs have worm in them. The Irish, the Norse, the Scots, the Welsh, the Germanians, the Gaulish, they were eating fucking pig throughout their whole history because that's what was there. They had wild pig. They had wild hog. But if you know your pig, you can't smoke pig like you can smoke beef because it'll make you sick. So Chris Rock tells the joke about the Old Testament. He says, all these people are dying from pork. How do we get them to not eat it? He said, oh, we'll tell them God said don't eat it. And so that's why the Jews don't eat pork, because their religious leadership changed the Bible and said, don't eat pork. What did Jesus say? That is laughable. How can something you take into your body make you unclean? Unfortunately, if you just follow the cherry pick about religion, then you'll see how diabolical the Bible is.
You know, with so many people participating in the political and social debate through call-in shows, it's a good idea to be reminded every once in a while. It's a good idea to be reminded of the awesome impact. I'm sorry, you're Dr. Jenna Jacobs, right?
Yes, sir.
It's good to have you here.
Thank you.
The awesome impact of the airwaves and how that translates into the furthering of our national discussions, but obviously also how it can forgive me, Dr. Jacobs. Are you an MD?
A PhD.
A PhD?
Yes, sir.
In psychology?
No, sir.
Theology?
No.
Social work?
I have a PhD in English literature.
I'm asking because on your show people call in for advice and you go by the name Dr. Jacobs on your show, and I didn't know if maybe your listeners were confused by that and assumed you had advanced training in psychology, theology, or healthcare.
I don't believe they are confused, no, sir.
Good. I like your show. I like how you call homosexuality an abomination.
I don't say homosexuality is an abomination, Mr. President. The Bible does.
Yes, it does. Leviticus
18:22.
chapter and verse. I wanted to ask you a couple of questions while I had you here. I'm interested in selling my youngest daughter into slavery as sanctioned in Exodus 21:7. She's a Georgetown sophomore, speaks fluent Italian, always cleared the table when it was her turn. What would a good price for her be? While thinking about that, can I ask another? My chief of staff, Leo McGarry, insists on working on the Sabbath. Exodus 35:2 clearly says he should be put to death. Am I morally obligated to kill him myself, or is it okay to call the police? Here's one that's really important, because we've got a lot of sports fans in this town. Touching the skin of a dead pig makes one unclean, Leviticus 11:7. If they promise to wear gloves, can the Washington Redskins still play football? Can Notre Dame? Can West Point? Does the whole town really have to be together to stone my brother John for planting different crops side by side? Can I burn my mother in a small family gathering for wearing garments made from two different threads? Think about those questions, would you? One last thing. While you may be mistaking this for your monthly meeting of the Ignorant Tight-Ass Club, in this building when the president stands, nobody sits.
So, the problem is, I don't mind if the average person doesn't understand Islam. But the Quran is a book that you won't understand if you haven't been taught it. Just like I could give a Good News Bible to an alien and they would say, but the second half contradicts the first half. You won't understand. You can understand Islam if you haven't read the Bible. You can understand Islam if you only read the Quran. But if you're trying to understand Islam as an outsider, not if you're an American. Exactly. I don't mind. I don't have a problem with Islam. I don't have a problem with Islam. I have a problem with people who want to cherry pick out the derogatory statements. In the Quran, where they'll use that common one, and you are to attack the infidels, all those who do not follow in the ways of Allah. Did Deuteronomy not command the Israelites to not leave alive anything that breathes in certain Canaanite cities? Did God not command Saul to kill men, women, and children and infants? Did the death penalty not get mentioned for adultery, blasphemy, working on the Sabbath, as you heard, and having a rebellious son? Women and sexual violence laws. Deuteronomy, if a man rapes an unmarried virgin, he must pay her father and marry her and cannot divorce her. Wow. So, I want to marry that girl and she won't marry me. Now I can rape her and pay her father and I can't divorce her. It says I cannot divorce her, which means she can't divorce me because her divorcing me means I've divorced her. Did the New Testament not say slaves obey your earthly master? The problem is I don't mind when people say the Muslims follow the Quran and the Quran is evil. It's freedom of speech. But when I say by what definition are they evil? Because remember, an atheist can't believe in evil. An atheist needs to, every single atheist has their own agenda, their own doctrine of what is morally good and morally evil, and they have to tell me what their morals are. It's not my place to correct an atheist on morality. It's the atheist's job to tell me what their beliefs are. But as a Catholic, I can look at another Catholic and say, you're out of line. But then I have Catholics that tell me I'm out of line. Except my pagan tattoo is approved by my diocese. Because it took me a whole lot of years. But it doesn't say, the original translation isn't, you shall worship no other gods but me. That's a change to the Bible. The translation is, thou shalt worship no other gods before me. Where did Christmas come from? The pagans. Where did Easter come from? The pagans. Where did the celebration of the cross come from? The Trinity, the Triquetra, which is why my Triquetra has the top point. My tattoo has the top point on the Triquetra as it morphed into the cross. I don't worship pagan gods before the Abrahamic God. And what I really hate is having to fight with people who are Jewish or Muslim, because we all have the same God. We just call him 3 different names. Most Christians think the Muslims are evil because they don't understand their religion. Christians should be more on the side of the Muslims than they are on the Jews, even though it's called Judeo-Christianity. The Jews deny Christ was a prophet. The Muslims say Christ was a prophet, he just wasn't divine, and he wasn't the last messenger. Muhammad is. We're not arguing about if the pizza's good or not. We're arguing about the fucking delivery boy. Look, I've had many Muslim conversations where they say, I think my path is right. And I say, I think my path is right. And at the end of the day, we can shake hands and walk the other way. I don't have to fucking deuce vault that shit and burn down their mosque. They don't have to fucking respond violently to me. Let all men worship what gods they will, as long as that worship doesn't infringe upon the rights of others. Crab, you've asked me throughout the show, why do we not go into Iran and help them? Because we don't understand them. How can America once again go into a Muslim country and try to bring them a version of democracy that we know time and time and time and time and time and time again doesn't work? Have you ever been in a Muslim country? If you're in a Muslim country, you'll never have to worry about where your meal is from. Because you are always somebody's responsibility. If you are their guest, you are always somebody's responsibility to feed, house, and provide water to. Now, one thing I saw over the years of my time in the military was military members who just fucking couldn't get it. They couldn't understand. I have all daughters. They are going to ask me about my family, and they're never going to ask me about my daughters, because that is not polite conversation. That is not polite, casual conversation. If they have a son, that's polite, casual conversation. Because their rings of what is private and what is public is different than our rings are what are private and what are public. Just like an American doesn't understand the idiosyncrasies of this. This is my right hand, and I need to hand something to you. This is the appropriate way. I use my right hand. I want to hand you, this is the appropriate way. This is my left hand. Put that shit behind your back. Don't use it to hand anything to anybody. This is your unclean hand. Is it the same way everywhere? No. Is it a really great, safe starting point? Yes, absolutely. Right, it's not illegal, but it's offensive. It's offensive. Yeah, they don't do that much anymore, which is why I said, as the starting point is to be the most respectful and let them tell you, thank you for respecting me, that's the old way. When they tell you, right, one of the things is understand not every yes means yes, because no creates discussion enders. If you see the movie The Negotiator with Samuel L. Jackson, really, really good mentality. How do you say no without saying no? I like Turkey because it's not a theocracy, but it's still Muslim. Yeah, but it's corrupt as fuck, so. No, it's offensive. Some things are offensive and illegal. Some things are illegal and not offensive. In the Middle East, it would be smart as American to deny yourself every impulse. Think slowly and carefully, then make a move. Yes. Yes, that is, they are a more deliberate society. Patience. But what has happened? America has tried to instill Americanism into the Middle East. Why? Because by God, there's oil there, boys, and we're gonna fucking kill them and eat them until we find all the oil. I think we can all agree that the moment there's no oil in the Middle East, we're not gonna give a fuck about the Middle East. Yeah, always best to read the room before you speak. That's where my problem with people is. It's what my problem with my country is right now. And why I need people to put the bravado down and face the cold, hard truth of reality. The United States, with 0 allies, versus the rest of the world, by forced, they are all forced to fight us. We win, hands down. Because in that moment, we're no longer going to be playing by these polite rules that we played by over the weekend. Look at the level of destruction that we rained on a country playing by polite rules. Supreme Leader dead. 8 other ruling members of the country dead. 150 school children dead. Blame Israel for that. But that's playing by polite society rules. She ran on saying she's 100% against regime change wars. You think, Dylan, she's okay with that? No, because everybody wants to change the regime, or they want to be the regime. And that's a sad fact of human nature that people aren't willing to accept. You're not really mad about the rich and the poor situation. You just want to be the rich guy. You're not mad about the fact that life bends everybody over a table and fucks them in the ass. You just want to be the giver, not the receiver. And there's nothing wrong with that. Because that's where your Hobbes, your Rousseau, your John Locke, your state of nature comes in. Humans are selfish by nature. Middle East, Africa, Britain, I don't know what the word is, unaccepting of change. Well, remember, Africa wasn't given a choice. The world fucking decided where these borders of these fucking countries would be in Africa, and there's tribes that have been there since the birth of civilization that are like, we don't give a shit, we're walking across the borders because this is our ancestral land. Same thing with the Native Americans. Native Americans were just on the land one day and then they were told it's not their land no more. Yeah, Africa never was given a chance to do anything, but then you have, no offense, black people in America that blame the white man for slavery, but they don't want to hear that the white Europeans didn't dock off the coast of Africa and go inland and catch people. They literally showed up with rum and guns and tobacco. And there were fucking cages full of Africans. There weren't no white people going into fucking Africa bush. They showed up at the fucking slave market in Africa. People in Africa had been selling themselves and each other into slavery since the fucking times of the fucking pyramids being built. It wasn't no fucking big magical anything. But nobody wants to talk about that because it doesn't fit the polite narrative. Look, as a country, we can't even heal, and we're how many years post-Civil War? 75-ish, give or take. Depends on where you want to mark the actual end of the shit. Look, we still got people in America demanding reparations for slavery. Let's give it to them. But then we're going to take that money and tax the shit out of it and give it to the Union soldiers who died because that was the price that was paid. The white people in this country never paid the price for... Whoa. 350,000 people fucking died, ending slavery. And I want to remind people of something. Okay, this is the thing that people don't get. There is a quote that people don't understand. Abraham Lincoln, if I could save the Union without freeing any slave, I would do it. And if I could save it by freeing all the slaves, I would do it. And if I could save it by freeing some and leaving others alone, I would also do that. This country had a civil war because of the thought, the fear, the illusion that Abraham Lincoln was going to end slavery. Abraham Lincoln's personal theory was that he thought slavery was morally reprehensible. But he said, I'm not going to end slavery. The Confederates are treasonous. I still don't know why they were allowed to still exist after the war. Because they surrendered. And that's why. Because just like not every Union soldier wanted to march south to end slavery, not every Confederate soldier wanted to march north and keep slavery in place. That's the reason. The problem is, a lot of people felt that the leadership of the Confederate States should not have been allowed to return to Congress because they originally weren't. The problem is you can't heal the union if you tell the southern states they can't have the leadership that they want. It becomes a problem because you're saying we are willing to forgive you, but we're not willing to allow your state to have the representation that it wants. Now, part of the show says, what's this cost to us? Well, oil is up 8.48% today. The S&P 500 is down 5 points. The NASDAQ is up, and the Dow Jones is down just a kiss. Guess what? I hate to say it this way, but the American people don't give a shit about what happened in Iran this weekend. Because it hasn't yet affected the price of gas. It hasn't yet affected the price of a cup of coffee. It hasn't yet affected them at all. This is why why I went at Krabs so hard earlier in the show. Our country doesn't care. They're still allowed to fly the Traitors' Confederate flag, though. Yep. Because it's freedom of expression. The victory condition is different for our wars than, say, a war in the Middle East. You're correct. We're not really going to care the prices go up a bit for a few months either. You're right. J. Cole hit the nail right in the head. We don't give a shit about our own neighbors. Carlos Mencia tells the joke, the rest of the world was amazed after 9/11. This is Carlos Mencia's joke, so don't kill me. The whites, the blacks, the Mexicans are all constantly fighting and bickering with each other. And then 9/11 happened and all the races put up their magic power ring and they said, whitey, blackie, darky, military powers combined. And for 20 years, we stormed around the planet, beating the fuck out of everyone who was involved. The United States, as I've said, has only had about 12 years of peace in its 250-year history. Remember I said we're on a 10-year cycle? We're always on a 10-year cycle. We have peace, we have war, we have peace, we have war. We don't know what to do with ourselves. You think any of the people at any of the bomb manufacturers are upset about this? No. They're not. Why? Because I already know people that are in the military logistics contingents that they already have been told, overtime is back, boys. They were told this week we go back to 50s. We go back to 5/10s instead of 5/8s. That's 10 hours of overtime. You think people working in military hardware aren't fucking ecstatic about this? Overtime, raises, quota bonuses, shit. But at the same time, 3 families that I support outside of my own family, mom can't buy groceries for her fucking kids. And she's like, yep, well, whenever we go, in her experience of the last 30 years, whenever we're at war, her taxes go up. Credits disappear. You got a mom that can barely put food on the table. Donald Trump says, I'm going to make your life easier. Vote for Donald Trump. You fucked her in the ass. To the tune of $1,700, $1,800. Because you put tariffs on everything. Did you get a tariff rebate check? I didn't. Did you get yours? Did you get your Doge rebate check? The military-industrial complex benefits from conflict. You're right. Banks also, because they get interest from debt financing. Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, I want a world, right? Oh, the different sects, man, you have to go all the way back. There's not a single good book. You just have to start. You can just go to your local library and ask your librarian about what books they have on the origins of Islam. Because you have to go all the way back to Muhammad and his death and the two factions. That's where you have to go to understand that piece. Yeah, no rebate check, just the bill for tax season. Yep. Perhaps the next grain harvest in Ukraine will actually get out of Odessa completely intact. Yeah, but Russia has about a bunch of that land. Yeah, and you're right. Whenever you learn one fact about one sect of Islam, make sure then you research what the other sect feels about that fact about Islam. I want to know why they can't coexist. They do coexist. Let me. They do coexist. At the top of the pyramid. But at the lowest level, there you go. Salty Bread always has good links. At the lowest level, they're still tribal. But that lowest level is why can the Crips and the Bloods not get along? They're both black, right? Why can East Coast and West Coast rappers not get along? They're both rappers, right? It's because at your lowest level, at least we know humanity is still young and they're in massive room for improvement. Yeah, see, the problem I have is that I'm going to get out of here because I went long and I'm starving. At the end of the day, the way we should think about things is, do my children have enough to eat? Does my wife have enough to eat? Do I have enough to eat? Do my neighbor's kids have enough to eat? Do my neighbors have enough to eat? Unfortunately, the way our world has evolved, does my family have enough to eat? Fuck everybody else. America has gone from front porches to backyards with privacy fences. America has gone from talking to your neighbors all the time to you don't even answer the door if you're not in the mood to talk to your neighbors. So again, why should I be excited about my military? Why should I be excited about my military bombing the shit out of another country when I know the best we have to offer them is corruption? Corruption in the bureaucracy, corruption in the police department, corruption in the schools. That's why I'm not excited. I saw it firsthand in Iraq. I saw it firsthand in Afghanistan. We go in and we build them a school with the condition that they teach what we want them to teach. Look, we go in, we build you a school. This is some stuff we would like you to teach. But teach your society the way it is. Why put conditions on it? It's a great question. Why do we? It's because we're still stuck in a Cold War, post-World War II mentality that we have to spread democracy to stop the dirty commies. But at the end of the day, humans aren't capable of communism on a global scale. Yeah, our conditions are selfish. Conditions are fair if spoken up front. I never minded people came over to hang out. I wanted a heads up. Yeah, you're right. But here at the end of the day, here's how it works. I want to start from a theory of everybody should be treated equally. And too many people come on this show and they believe that their opinion is better than anybody else's. You notice that people want to argue with me about Islam and Israel, and I keep shutting it down because, look, the fact is, on its first day of existence, Israel was attacked, and now we can all agree that we've had nearly 60 years of war in the Middle East. If we could go back in time and change that, we'd have a completely different history. I don't blame Israel for their viewpoint. At some point, you're gonna sucker punch me one too many times, and I'm gonna snap and go off the chain. Israel snapped and went off the chain. I blame everybody who says it's Israel's fault, and I say it is, but it's the rest of the world's fault too. Russia should have never been able to take Georgia. Russia never should have been able to take Crimea. Russia should have never been allowed to invade Ukraine. Israel should have never been allowed to invade Gaza. The world shouldn't have allowed the bombing of Iran last year, and the world should not be rallying behind the United States right now, but look at everybody fall in line. Look at France falling in line behind the US, Germany, England, Saudi Arabia. I'll be back on Wednesday.
I wonder if the organic meat sack that runs this channel knows a lot of these sponsors don't sponsor us anymore.
They were longtime sponsors. The credits are fine.
Do we get paid? Is any of this sponsorship money for Gail, Daisy, the Chaos Fund?
You are a figment of